Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning about the top projects to be learned in the year 2022. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So if you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. First, we will be covering the C++ projects for 2022, followed by that we will learn the Python projects for 2022, and finally we will wind up the session by learning the most popular JavaScript projects for 2022. I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now without further ado, let's get started with today's projects. Now, over to our experts.
In this video tutorial, we will be learning about some C++ projects for 2022 that would be helpful for you to learn and grasp C++ programming language in a practical way. We will not only discuss these projects but also will make these projects from scratch using some basic concepts of C++. So we will start with the hotel management project, in which we will have the information of the items or rooms that we have, what food items are ordered by the customer and how many rooms are allotted to them, etc. Then we will make another project on registration and login form. In this project, we will learn how to make the complete structure and functionality of the login and registration form. First, we will learn how to create a login page in C++. In the menu, there will be different options like registration, login, and forgot password, etc. After that, we will make a supermarket billing project in C++. In this project, there will be various functions that we will be creating for this project, like add function to add the goods and products in the market and delete to delete some products, etc. And at last, we will make an airline registration system in C++. This project on airline reservation system will allow a user to book a flight to a particular country of his choice, and he or she will receive the ticket by filling in all the important details, etc. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon to never miss an update. Now let's go ahead. This project will be a hotel management project in which we will have the information of the items or rooms that we have in the hotel and what are the food items ordered by the customer. Also, we have the information that how many rooms are allotted to them. Also, this project will tell us about the sales and the remaining food stocks we have and the total collection of the day. We will make this project in 3 parts. Firstly, we will discuss the first part, in which we will declare some variables and then initialize them. After that, we will enter the quantities of items that we have in the hotel. Then, we will make a list of items or menu of items and rooms that we have in the hotel. So let's start. Now we will switch to our code editor, that is dev C++. So this is our code editor. So here first of all, let's make a new file. We'll click on file and now we'll create a new file. So now let's start with the project. So first of all, inside the main function, we have to declare some variables. But before that, we will write the header files, that is hash include iostream. And then the namespace standard. Alright, so we have included the header files. Now we'll start with the main function. Inside the main function, we will declare the variable. So first variable that we'll declare would be quant, which stands for quantity. And the second variable would be choice. Now we will declare those variables that store the quantity of food items or rooms. So let's say the variable which will store the quantity of rooms would be q rooms, and we have to initialize it also. Alright, so similarly we have to do it with the food items as well. So let us suppose one of our food item is pasta, so we'll write q pasta, that is quantity pasta. We'll initialize it with 0. Similarly we'll do with the rest of the food items, that is burger, noodles, and shake, and chicken. Here chicken would be, let's say, chicken roll. So these are our food items. So these variables will hold the quantity of these food items. So now we will declare those variables which will hold the value of the number of food items that have been sold. So for example, Q pasta holds the value of number of pastas we had in our hotel, and S pasta will hold the value of number of pastas that have been sold. So let's start. Similarly, we'll write S rooms, that is sold rooms. We have to initialize it with 0 as well, and S pasta. Similarly, S burger, S noodles, S chicken. Alright. Now we'll create some more variables that will store the price of the total price of each of these food items or rooms. So let's do that. Let's say int total underscore rooms. This is the variable name. It will store the total price of the rooms. We'll initialize it with 0. Similarly, total pasta equals 0. Total burger Alright, so these variables holds the quantity of food we have. These variables holds the quantity of food we sold, and these variables will hold the price, the total price of each of the food items or rooms. So let's comment it. These holds quantity so that it's easy for you guys. Alright, so here we have declared these variables. Now we will make a list kind of a structure in which we will ask the user to enter the number or quantities of food items or rooms that we have in the hotel. So alright, now let's do this. First of all, we have to display a message, but before that we'll use /n and /t. So /n means the next line, and /t will add a horizontal space in the output. So we need that horizontal space. So we'll write quantity of food, let's say items only, quantity of items we have in a hotel. Alright, now we'll write rooms available. So we'll add /n and rooms available. Alright, so after this we'll write cin and take the input of quantity of rooms we have, because here we are asking to enter the number of rooms we have. So we'll write cin q rooms because it holds the quantity of rooms we have. We have initialized it with 0. Similarly, we'll do it for the rest, like quantity of pasta, like this we'll do. Inside the /n, now we'll write the quantity of pasta. cin q pasta. Alright. Now similarly, let's copy paste and save some time. So this first was the pasta, then burger, and Q burger. Then there was noodles, Q noodles. Similarly, we'll do it for shake. And then here chicken is the chicken roll. So quantity of chicken roll. Q chicken. Alright. So one by one, Q room, the quantity of rooms we have to add, Q pasta, the quantity of pasta we have to add, then quantity of burger we have. Alright, now we have to create a menu to select the pasta, burger, room, all the items. We have to create a menu like that. And for that, let's do this. We'll write cout. Again, we'll use /n, then again /t because we want some horizontal space in that. We'll display a message saying that please select from the given menu options. Alright, so it's a message for the users or the customers, I would say. Now again we'll use /n because I want to add some new lines. So I'll use 2/n. Now first is rooms. Secondly, we'll use only one /n, and here we are creating the menu to select the food items or rooms. So now we'll write pasta, and similarly we'll copy paste. So pasta, then there was burger, then noodles, then there was shake, then there was chicken. Chicken roll. We also have to change the numbering, that this is 1, this is 2, then this is 3. We are doing the numbering because the customer will press the number and then he can order. 5, 6, and now again we'll in 7th position we'll add the details or information regarding the collection and sales. So we'll write press 7 if you want to see the information regarding sales and collection. This option would be used by the owner of the hotel to check the total collection for the day. Alright, now again the 8th number is for if we want to exit. Yeah, so this is done. Now after that we'll display a message saying that please enter your choice. So we'll use /n and write please enter your choice. Now we'll write C in choice. We have already declared this variable. Now based on this choice, your order is selected. Like if you press 2, then this pasta would be selected. Like let's say if you want to order noodles, then you have to select 4, and if you want to order chicken roll, then you have to select 6. And if you want to check the total sales and collection of today, that is for a particular day, then you have to click 7 and 8 for the exit. So our first part is done. Now in the second part, we have to add the functionality to the choice part. That is, if a user enters the first number, that is number 1, then rooms is selected, and then he or she have to add the numbers of rooms they want. Similarly for the other food items as well. Like if they want to take 2 burgers or 3 burgers instead of 1, and we only have 1 burger left, then also we have to display a message saying that only so and so burgers are left. So now let's start with it. So now we'll write switch case statements. So when the user will select a particular number, so that particular case would be executed. So now let's do that. We'll write switch, and inside the switch statement we'll write choice. Now the choice can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so now we have to create 8 cases for that. So case 1 would be, we'll start with it, there's a space between case and 1. Alright, so case 1 would be, first of all, inside the case 1, that is the case when rooms have to be selected. So first of all, we'll display a message saying that enter the number of rooms you want. So let's do that. We use /n. Now enter the number of rooms you want. Alright, now after that the user will enter the number of rooms, that is the quantity of rooms. So now we'll take the quantity in the quantity variable, that is quant variable. So the user will enter the number of rooms, that is the quantity of rooms he or she wants. Now we'll use a if statement, an if statement. Inside this if statement, we'll check, do we actually have that many rooms in our hotel, or do we actually have that many pastas or burgers in our hotel right now? So for that we have to write down a condition, that is q rooms minus s rooms is greater than equal to quant. That is, q rooms is the quantity of rooms that we have, and s rooms the number of rooms that we have sold. So if we minus both of these, that is if we subtract the quantity of room we have minus the rooms we have sold, we'll get the remaining rooms. Now if the remaining rooms is greater than equal to the quantity of rooms that have been ordered by the customer, then we can give the room to them. Otherwise we have to display a message saying that we don't have that many rooms or something like that. So let's do that. So we'll write s rooms, that is the rooms that we have sold. So initially its value is 0. So we have to add the values of quantity that have been entered by the user. So we'll add the quant variable, that is if the user have entered 2 rooms he or she wants, then we'll add those 2 values to this sold rooms. Alright, after adding the quantity to the sold rooms, now we will do the total price of the room or rooms, and for that we have the variable total room. So we'll add this quant into the price of a one room to this total room. So we are simply adding total room plus quant into the price of a single room, that is, let's say 1200 is the price of a single room. If a person orders 2 rooms, then it would be like quant, that is 2 into 1200, 2400 will be added to this total room. This total room is the total price of a room. Alright,
Now we also have to display a message saying that these many rooms have been allotted to you. So for that, let's display a message. First of all, we'll use /n like 2 times. Now we'll add some horizontal space as well. Alright, now we'll display this quant variable and we'll write a message that these many rooms have been allotted to you. Let's make it room or rooms. Room or rooms have been allotted to you. So this message will be displayed. Alright, now this is the if block. Now we'll have to make the else block, that if the amount or quantity of room entered by the user is more than the remaining rooms, then we'll display a message saying that only so and so rooms are left in the hotel. So we'll use /n, then again /t. Now we'll write only q rooms minus s rooms. That is, here q rooms minus s room is the remaining rooms, are the remaining rooms. So subtracting both of these variables will give us the remaining rooms. So these were the remaining rooms remaining in hotel. Alright, and let's not add these as there's a single statement. Also we have to use break, so we'll use break statement. Now similarly we have to create case 2. This case was for the room, so whenever a user click on this one, then this case will be executed. So similarly we'll create a case 2. So we'll copy it. Now we'll paste it. So I will case 2. So in this case, enters the number of rooms you want. We can't write that. So we'll write pasta quantity. So let's do that. We'll write enter pasta quantity. Alright, so in this case the cin would be same, that is quantity variable we have. So now in this case the different thing would be the q rooms. Instead of q rooms we'll use the q pasta, that is the quantity of pasta, minus sold pastas. It must be greater than quantity of pasta we have. Then only if block will execute, otherwise similarly as that of this block will display a message. So now the s rooms, instead of s rooms here we'll use s pasta, which is initially 0. So we'll add the quantity of pasta to this variable, that is we'll add the quantity of pasta that is ordered by the customer to this variable. Now total pasta, that is the total price of the pasta. So the number of pastas ordered by the customer into the price of a single pasta. Let's say the price of a single pasta is around 250. So quantity into 250. Now rooms, instead of rooms let's do here pasta is the order. So quant will display the quantity. So it will display, like if you have ordered 2 pastas, it will display 2 pasta is the order. And q rooms, here we have to display the remaining. So we'll do the q pasta minus s pasta. And here we'll do is pasta remaining in hotel or stock, pasta remaining in hotel. So it will display the remaining pasta remained in the hotel now. So else everything is fine. Now similarly we'll do for the next. We'll copy it, it will save some time, and paste it. Now this is case 3. The case 3 is of burger. So here we'll write burger, quantity of burger minus sold burgers. Similarly S burger. Now the total price of burger. So let's say the price of a burger is around 120, and so the remaining burgers, Q burger minus S burger. The fourth case now, that is the noodles case. So enter noodles quantity. Now case 5. Now case 5 is of shakes. So we'll write enter shakes quantity. Now case 6 we have to create. In the case 6 there was chicken roll. So let's do that. Q chicken minus S chicken. Also we have to change the price of each meal, like chicken roll would be of around 150, and this shake would be 120, noodles 140, let's say. Burger is okay, then pasta is also okay. So we have created 6 cases as of now. So our second part of the program is done. Now we'll start with the third part of the program. So the third part will contain the case 7, case 8 and the default case. That is, if the user enters any other number which is not in the list, that will come under default case. In case 7, we have to display the information of sales and collection. That is, how many money we have collected for the day and the remaining food items, etc. So now let's start with the case 7. So when the user will enter 7, that is case 7, then he want to see the details of the information of sales and collection. So we'll display a message saying that details of sales and collection. Alright, so after this message, let's add /n/t/t. Alright, so after this message, we have to display the number of rooms we had, the number of rooms we gave for rent, and then the remaining rooms, that is minus the quantity of rooms minus the sold rooms, then the total rooms collection for the day. So similarly we'll do for all the meals like pasta, burger, noodles, etc. So let's do it. So we'll start display. First of all, we'll add /n. Now number of rooms we had, will display q rooms, that is the quantity of rooms we had. Now similarly, number of rooms we gave for rent. Alright, so we'll write s rooms. Now we have to display a message. Similarly, we'll write /n/n remaining rooms. So for that we have to simply subtract q rooms with s rooms, that will give us the remaining rooms. After that, the total price that the room has collected or number of rooms have collected. So we'll write total rooms collection for the day. Now it is stored at total rooms. This variable is storing the total types of rooms. This is the complete information of rooms. Similarly, we have to do it for the burger, noodle, pasta, etc. So we can we'll copy this part and we'll do copy and paste. I'll paste, again we'll paste. Now number of rooms we had, instead of this we'll simply write number of pastas we had. Number of pastas, we have to change that. Number of pastas we sold. Yeah, that would be right. Now remaining pastas, there are few minor changes that we have to do. Total pasta collection. Also make sure to change the variables. Total pasta, then q pasta, alright. Now after pasta it was burger. Burgers we have, number of burgers we sold. Alright, so it would be q burger and s burger. Remaining burgers. Total burger collection for the day. Alright, Now we'll do same for noodles. Alright, now shakes. Number of shakes we had. Number of shakes we gave. We sold. Remaining shakes. Now there is chicken roll. Number of chicken roll we had. Alright, now the case 8. The case 8 we have used for, this was the case 7, and the case 8 we have used for exit. As we can see here, this is the exit case, and for that we'll simply use the exit statement. The exit statement is used to terminate the program, to shift the control out of the program or exit the program. So here we'll use that. So case 8 would be exit, and inside that we'll use 0. 0 here will mean that 0 millisecond, and now after that we'll have to use the default case, that if the user enters any other number that is not present in the menu list, then this default case will be executed. So in this default case we'll display a message saying that please select from the numbers that are mentioned above. So we'll use /n. Please select the numbers mentioned above. So this message will be printed. And also one more thing is there, we have to use a goto statement, and we'll have to label a part with M. Now I'll explain to you that why have we used this jump statement, that is goto statement. So after making a choice, we again want to choose another option. That is, if I have ordered 2 pastas, then I also want to order 2 burgers as well. So we will mark or label menu with M. So this is our menu. Please select from the menu options. So here we will label M. And in the last we have used the goto statements. So the goto statement here will transfer the control to the menu after making a choice. So again, M is the label we have used for the menu, and we will use a goto statement to transfer the control to the menu after making the choice, so that we can make more choices. Goto is a jump statement basically, that is used to jump from one part to another part having a specified label. So we have labeled menu with M, and this goto jump statement will help us in jumping to the menu after every choice. Alright, so our code is done. We have done all the things that we need. Now we need to run it, and for that firstly we need to save it. Alright, so let's go to files and save it, and now let's select the destination folder. Let's name it as management.cpp. Alright, so the program is saved. Now let's try to compile and run this program. So there are some errors I can see. Okay, so we have used the semicolon. Now this will take care of many errors. Now let's try it again, compile and run. Let's check Q noodles. Alright, I think Q noodles. So we have to backspace S. Now let's try to compile and run again. Hope it works now. So quantity of items we have, as we can see. So rooms available, let's say we have 10 rooms. And quantity of pasta, we have 25 pastas in our hotel, and around 50 burgers and 30 noodles and 30 shakes. Chicken roll we have 40. So this is the menu. Please select from the menu options. As we can see, first rooms, then pasta, burger, noodles, shake, chicken roll, information regarding sales and collection, and then 8 to exit. So first of all, let's say I want to order 2 rooms, so I'll click 1. Please enter your choice. I have clicked 1 and I'll press enter. Now enter the number of rooms you want, and let us suppose I want 2 rooms. So as we can see, 2 rooms have been allotted to you. Now again the menu is displayed on the screen. Now let's say I want burgers, so I'll click on 3 and I want 2 burgers, and 2 burgers is the order, it is displayed. Now again I want pasta. Let's say I want 6 pastas, and 6 pasta is the order. I want to order now shakes. Let's have something to drink. I want to order 9 shakes. 9 shakes is the order. And let's say, so as we know that we have only 10 rooms. Now let's try to enter 11. So first of all we'll enter 1, that is rooms. Now let's try to order 11 rooms. As you can see, only 8 rooms available or remaining in hotel. So we forgot to add some space over this part, but we can easily read it now as of now. So it is displaying the message that only 8 rooms are available, because already we have ordered 2. Earlier it was 10, then now only 8 rooms are available. So this is showing that if we order more than the quantity, then it will display this message. Now let's say I want to check the information regarding sales and collection of today's rooms and as well as meals. So I'll simply click on 7. Now as we can see, it will simply display all the sales and collection rooms and meals. As you can see, number of rooms we had 10, number of rooms we gave for rent 2, remaining rooms are 8. So total rooms collection for the day is 2400, as one room is of 1200. So similarly, number of pastas we had 25, number of pastas we sold 6, remaining pastas we had 19. So the total pasta collection is 1500. So and so the burger, and then noodles, and then shakes and chicken roll. So this is the total chicken roll collection for the day. That is we haven't ordered a single chicken roll. Also we can do one more thing. We can simply display the total result of all the collections of rooms and meals. So let's do that. So to display the total collection of the day, all we need to do is to add all the totals of pastas, burgers and rooms. So for that we have to go to case 7. Now we'll write /n/n/n 3 times. So here we'll write total collection for the day. And after that, total rooms plus total burgers, total pasta plus total burger, total chicken. Alright, after this we will use the break statement. Now let's run the program. So here it is, rooms available. Let's write 10. Quantity of pasta 30, quantity of burger 50, quantity of noodles 30, shakes 30, chicken roll 40. So first of all I'll book 2 rooms. We'll click on 1 and now 2 rooms. And again if I'll click on rooms and then if I try to click 10 rooms, because already we have we sold 2 rooms, then it will display that only 8 rooms remaining in hotel. Now I'll click on 2 to order pasta. Let's say I have ordered 5 pastas and 5 pasta is the order. Now let's say if we click on 9, although we know that only 1 to 8 numbers are available, but if we click on 9, so it will display a message, please select the numbers mentioned above. Alright, now let's say I want to order chicken roll, 10 chicken rolls I want. So 10 chicken roll is the order. Now I want to check information regarding sales and collection for the day. So I click on 7 and then here I can see number of rooms we had, number of rooms we gave for rent, remaining rooms, and total collection for the day. Similarly for the pasta, similarly for the burger, similarly for noodles, shakes and chicken roll as well. And this is the total collection for the day, 5150. Exit. And if we click on it, we can exit. So as we can see, this is our hotel management project and this is how it's done. The code is a bit long, but it's worth it.
You can also try this project on your own. This project will be a login and registration system in C++, in which a user can register, log in, and also if he or she forgets the password, then also it can be recovered. We will make this project using the fundamentals of C++ like switch case statements and file handling operations, etc. So let's go ahead and understand this C++ project of login and registration system. In this project, first of all, we will make a menu page in which there are options like login, registration, forgot password, and exit. Then we'll ask the user to select any one among those options. Once the user has selected a particular option, then we have to continue with the functionality of that. So now let's switch to our code editor and do its practical implementation. So this is our dev C++ code editor, and now let's create a new file. Now first of all, we will include the header files. The hash include iostream, then there is fstream class for file handling operation, hash include fstream, then there is string.h for string, then we will include the namespace standard. Now we will do the forward declaration for 3 functions, that is login function, registration function, and forgot function. And after that, inside the main function, we will make the menu for the login page. So let's start. First of all, we are doing the forward declaration. This is the login function.
this is the registration function, and this is the forgot function. Now inside the int main, first of all we'll make a variable C which stands for choice, C for choice. So now we will make the menu page. So let's create, we'll use /t for adding the horizontal space. Now in the end we will use /n. Alright, similarly we'll do here. Welcome to the login page. Now again we'll do the same, /t /t, and now underscores menu /n. Alright, now we will make the options. So we'll do the /t. Now after /t we'll add vertical bar, then we'll write press 1 to login. Let's make it capital. Press 1 to login, and after making some space, then vertical bracket again, then end-l. Similarly we'll copy it and do for option 2. Press 2 to register. Alright, let's maintain the symmetry. Press 3 if you forgot your password. Alright, press 4 to exit. Alright, so this is done. Now after that we will ask the user to enter your choice, and for that we'll display a message saying that please enter your choice. But before that we'll use /n and some /t's. Alright, now we'll ask the user, please enter your choice. Alright, now we'll take the input of the choice, that is C, that we have already declared. Next line. Now we'll use switch case statements. For example, if the user selects 2 to register first of all, then inside the switch case statement, in case 2, we will call the registration function. And if the user enters 1, then we will call the login function. So let's do that. Let's create a switch statement and see that is choice. Now inside the switch statement, first of all we'll create a case 1. Inside this case there would be login. We are calling this login function, and then there is break statement. Alright, similarly now we will create case 2. So case 2 would be registration. Here we are calling the registration function, and then there is break statement. In case 3 there is forgot function. That is, if the user forgets the password, then this function will be implemented. Now there is a default case. No, now there is a case 4. In case 4 there would be a message saying that thank you, because case 4 would be exit. So we'll display a message saying that now we'll also have to make the default case. That is, if the user selects 5, 6 or any other number that is not in the menu, then we will display a message saying that please select from the options given above. So before that we'll add the /t. Please select from the options given above. After that we'll use /n and endl. After that we'll call the main function so that the control goes back to the main function, and we'll also use system CLS, that is clear screen. It means every time the code is processed, it will clear up the screen. Now all we need to do is to create the login function. So we'll write void login, and inside this function first of all we'll create some variables, and so let's do that. Int count user ID. No, this user ID would be of string. We'll write string user ID, then there would be password, then ID, then pass. Alright, so these are the variables that we have created. Now again we'll use the system CLS, that is clear screen. We have to write CLS inside the double quotes. Alright, now we will display a message that please enter the username and password. So we'll do that, and we'll write /t/t/t and please enter the username and password. Alright, now we'll again display a message saying that username. Now we'll take the input. So here user ID is the username that the user will enter. Now again we will display a message saying that password. Let's make it capital. Again we'll take the input. Now as the user has entered the username and password, now we will check that if that username and password already exist in our records. And for that we will use the file handling operation of ifstream class, because ifstream is used to read the data. So we will use ifstream and ifstream class. This will read the data from the file. Input is the object name and the file name would be records.txt. Alright, we'll have to make it inside the double quotes. Alright, so now this if stream will check inside the file that if that login password exists or not. And to check that we will have to use the while loop. Inside the while loop we'll write input, that is the object name, then there would be ID and then pass. So this is the ID and password, and this is how we read in file handling operations. Here what we are doing is we are reading that if that ID and password is there, and then we will match those ID and passwords with the ID and password that is entered by the user. So for that we will have to use the if condition inside the while loop. So let's do that. We will write if ID equals user ID and pass equals password, then count would be 1, and then we will use systemcls to clear the screen. Here we have assigned 1 to count because in the next part we will use an if condition that if the count is 1, then we will display a message saying that your login is successful, that is the password or username entered by the user matches with the record, that is the user has already registered. So now before that we have to close this file, so let's do that. To close this file we will use the object name, that is input.close. This is how we can close the file. Alright, now we'll use the if condition, and inside this if condition, as I've said, if count equals 1, alright, if count equals 1, then we will first of all display the user ID, that is the username, and then we will display a message that your login is successful. So let's do that. Your login is successful. Now thanks for logging in. Now again we will shift the control to the main, because there is the main menu, and now inside the else block we will display a message, that is, if the user and password is not found inside the file, then it means that the user is not registered, so he can't log in, he has to register first. So we'll display a message saying that login error. Please check your username. Now again main function. Now we have to create another function, that is the registration function. That is, if the user press 2, then this registration function would be called. So let's create this function. Void registration. Now inside this function we will first of all create some variables, then after that we'll ask the user to enter the username and password, pretty much the same as that of the previous function. So first of all, string r for registration user id, r user id, then r password, then RID and RPass. System CLS again, clear screen. Alright. Now we will display a message saying that enter the username. Again, enter the password. Our password. Alright. So in the previous function we have used ifstream class, but in this function we will use offstream class because we want to write inside the file, and offstream helps us with that. So for that we will use offstream, and the object name would be f1, and records is a file, and we will use the app mode. This iOS means the input output stream, and app will open the file and append the output in the end. So this is our app mode. There are different modes, so here we are using this app mode. So after this we'll put the semicolon in the end. Now we have to write inside the file, so we'll do the f1, and this is how we write inside the file. F1 here is the object name, and our user ID is the username, and after that we'll add some space, and then our password, that is the password. We want some space between the username and password, that is why we have used the single quotes, and this is how we write inside the file. And after that we'll again use the systemcls, that is the clear screen. Alright, now we'll display a message that registration is successful, as we have already written inside the file. So now we can display this message saying that registration is successful. Now again control back to the main function. So now we will create the forgot function. This is the last function, void forgot. So this function would be called when the user forgets the password or username. So first of all we will create a variable option. Now we will ask the user that you forgot your password, no worries. Then we'll ask the user to press 1 to search your ID by your username, and press 2 to go back to the main menu. So let's start. Before that we will use systemcls. Alright, now we'll display the message saying that you forget the password, no worries, and then we'll use /n. Now press 1 to search your ID by username. Alright, now press 2 to go back to the main menu. Alright, now after that we'll use /t. Alright, now enter your choice. Now we'll take the input cin option. After that, using the switch case statement, option. Now inside the switch case we'll create cases. So case 1, that is when the user selects option 1, then int, we'll use bracket over here because there would be multiple lines. Alright, now int count, we'll initialize it with 0. Now some more variables we will declare. The string suserid and sid, then spass. So these are some string variables and count is the integer variable. After that we'll display a message that enter the username which you remembered. So let's do it. Enter the username you remembered. Alright, now we will take the input from the user as user ID. So once the user entered the username, then we will check that if that username exists in the file using the ifstream object. As we know, ifstream is used when we want to read from the file or check from the file. So we'll create the ifstream class and the object name would be f2 and records.txt is the file. Alright, now using the while loop we will check that if the username is there inside the file or not. So sid and spass. So now if sid equals s user id, then count equals 1. So we will assign 1 to count and after that we will close the file, that is f2 dot close. So here what we are doing is we are checking inside the file using the ifstream object that if that id or password is there, and if that id is there then we'll assign 1 to the count as initially it was 0, and then again we'll do the same as that we have in the as we have done in the previous function, that if count equals to 1 then we will print a message that your count is found. So let's do that. So as we have closed the file, now after that we'll use an if statement with a condition that if count equals 1, then we will print a message saying that your account is found. Your password is spass. So it will display the password. Again the control will be shifted to the main where there is the main menu, and inside the else block now, inside the else block will display a message saying that sorry, your account is not found. Sorry, your account is not found. So as the case 1 ends, we will use the break statement. Now we will create case 2. In case 2, as we have said that it will simply call the go back to the main menu. So all we'll do is call the main function so that the control will go back to the main menu. And now also we have to create the default case. In the default case, we'll simply print a message saying that wrong choice, please try again. So we'll use /t/t/t wrong choice, please try again. After that we'll call the forgot function so that the user can try again with the correct option. Alright, so we forgot to save this, so let's name it as register.cpp. and save it. Now let's try to run this. Go to execute and compile and run. There is some error. Alright, so I must be capital as we have declared. Let's try again. So as you can see, welcome to login page. This is the menu, and this is press 1 to login, press 2 to register, press 3 if you forgot your password, press 4 to exit. So now we will enter our choice. First of all, we need to register. So we'll write 2 and our username as sam@email. This is our username, and now our password. Sam123 is our password. So as we can see, the message registration is successful. After that, we will log in. As we have registered, now we'll try to log in. sam@email is our username, and sam123 are our password. So as you can see, your login is successful. Thanks for logging in. Now let's say I forgot my password. So I'll press 3, as if you forgot your password, you have to press 3. So there's a message, you forgot the password. No worries, please press 1 to search your ID by your username. So I'll press 1. Now I'll write my username, the last username I remembered, sam@email. So your account is found. Your password is this, as you can see. So let's say again, if I forgot the password and by chance I write sammy@email, then sorry, your account is not found is displayed, as sam@email is the registered customer and not sammy@email. So it will display this message that sorry, your account is not found. And let's say again, if we try to press, let's say 5, then we can see that please select from the options given above. Actually we have to make it below, options given below, but we can do that, else everything is working fine. So now we will click on exit, that is 4, and this is the message, thank you. So as we can see, this is our registration and login system in C++, and this is how we can do it. We have created these 3 functions, that is login function, then there is registration function, after that there is a forgot function if we forgot the password, and the code is pretty easy and not that much long, so you can try this code on your own. So in this session we will learn how to create a supermarket billing project in C++. We will create this project in small parts, as there are various functions that we will be creating for this project, like the add function to add the goods and products in the market, and delete function to delete some products, etc. Also, we will create a buyer site where the buyer can buy the products or food items of his choice. Now we will move to our code editor, that is dev C++. So now let's create a new file, and we'll start with adding the header files. First of all, we'll add #include iostream, then we'll include the fstream file, right, #include fstream, because here we have to do the file handling operations as well. So we'll add the fstream file. Now we'll write the namespace standard. Now let's save this one and name it billing1.cpp. Alright, so we have named this file. Now first of all, we'll create a class and we will declare some variables and functions. So let's create a class and name the class as shopping. Inside the class shopping, first of all, inside the private scope, we will create or declare some variables, p code, then float type price, then another variable discount of float type, then name, which would be string. Alright, let's name it p name. P stands for product. Alright, now inside the public scope we will declare the functions. So let's name this function as menu, because we have to create the menu. Then administrator function, alright, now let's create a buyer function, a buyer or customer whatsoever. Alright, now let's create add function, then the edit function. These definitions of these functions we will create later. First of all, here we are declaring these functions. After that we have to remove some products. For that we will create remove function, and then the list function to display the list, and at last receipt function. Alright, so here we have declared the functions and the variables. So now we'll put semicolon in the end of the class, and we'll start with the first function, that is the menu function. So we'll write void class name, then the scope resolution operator, and menu function. So now inside this function, first of all we will create a variable, that is choice, and some more variables, like let's say email and password, because here we will need email as well as password for the login purpose. So now we have to create this menu, and for that we have to first of all display supermarket main menu, and after that we will display that administrator, buyer, etc. and all that. So now let's start with that. For that we have to display, and you can display in your own style, like I usually do like this, /t, to add some horizontal space. It's just for formatting, and after that same will do. To save some time, let's just copy and just paste it. And but now here we will write supermarket main menu. Reduce some space. Alright, now similarly we'll do here. Now let's just copy and paste this part. Alright, now again some space. Alright, now we'll create a menu in which the user have to select, the customer have to select whether he is an administrator or a buyer. So let's do that, and for that we'll write cout /t/t/t to add some horizontal space. And alright, now administrator, now similarly here we'll add some space over here. Just remove this one. In number 2 we'll write buyer, the person who wants to buy stuff from the market. Alright, now let's format it. We'll add some space over here. Now in number 3 we'll write exit. Alright, it's pretty much done. After that, again, if we want to add some space, we can add some. It's just for formatting purposes, you can do it in your own way. And after that, we have to display a message saying that please select. So we'll display a message. Forgot to use semicolon. Now we'll take an input from the user that whatsoever he wants to click on, like if he's an administrator he will click on 1, if he's a buyer then he'll click on 2, and if he wants to exit he can click on 3. So we will take an input of choice. Now we have to use switch case, and let's create that switch, and inside this we'll write choice. We all know how switch case works. Alright, now for case 1, that is administrator case, we will ask the user to enter the login credentials if he or she is an administrator. So let's just do that. So first of all we'll display a message saying that please log in. So /t/t. Enter email, and then we'll take the input of email. We already declared this variable email, and now we'll take the password from the user. Now we'll take the input of the password. So as we have taken the email and password from the user, now we will set an email and password that only admin knows and no other person can enter that. And let's say for that we have to use if-else statements. So if email equals, now let's set the email first of all, robbie@email.com. You can write the email and password as of your choice, and I'll set the password now as robbie@123. Now inside the if block, if the user enters this, that means it is the administrator, and we will call this administrator function. Alright, now in the else block we'll simply display a message saying that invalid username password, invalid username, invalid email password. Alright, after that we'll use the break to end the case. Now we will create case 2. Case 2 is for the buyer, so we'll write case 2, and in this case we'll simply call the buyer function. So this is the case 2, and now we have to create the case 3. Inside the case 3 is for exit, so we'll do exit 0. It means successful termination of the program. Now default case, so inside the default case we'll simply display a message saying that please select from the given options. Default case will execute if a person selects any other option rather than 1, 2, 3. So we'll have to instruct him that please select from the given option. Select from the given options. Now after this we'll use a goto statement after the switch statement. So goto is a jump statement, so it will help us in jumping to the main menu again after the completion of this switch case. And this M is a label, we have to put this label at the starting of this menu. So let's do that. We'll write M. Now coming back to the next function, so this function is done, so we'll close this function. Alright, so now we will create an administrator function in which there will be different options inside the administrator menu. So now let's start with that. So we will write void shopping, that is the class name, scope resolution operator, administrator. So our function name is administrator. So inside this function, first of all we will declare a variable choice. Now after that we will create a menu in which there will be different options. So let's do that. First of all we'll write /n, then /t, some horizontal spaces, so that administrator menu. Alright, after that here will be our first option. So first of all we'll write /n, then /t. Just to make it a bit fancy, we can do this. Add the product. So the user can select this option if he wants to add the product, not user, the administrator. Now we will add some space in this one. Now again same, we'll copy it from here then paste it. So here we will change it to the modify the product, and we have to adjust it as well. Alright, now again we'll add some space. We can copy this one. Now here will be write delete the product. Now here again three and make this 4. 4 will be of back to main menu. Alright. Now after that we will ask the user to please enter your choice. So we'll display a message saying that please enter your choice. Alright. Now the user will enter the choice. Now again we have to use the switch case statements. Inside this first case, first of all we'll make, and inside this first case we will call the add function. After that we'll use break statement. Now we'll create case 2. In case 2 we will call the modify function or the edit function. So we'll write edit and again the break. Now we'll create case 3. In case 3 there will be delete function. So we'll name this function as remove. REM stands for remove. Now case 4 would be back to main menu. So for that we'll simply call the menu function. Now after case 4 there would be default case. So we'll write default and we'll print a message saying that invalid choice. Alright, so after the switch case statement, again as we have done in the previous function, we will mark M with a go to statement, which is a jump statement, and label it over here. Alright, so administrator function is done. After this function, now we will create another function, let's say buyer function. So for that, void shopping scope resolution operator buyer. Alright, so inside this buyer function, first of all we'll declare the variables in choice. Now inside this function we'll ask the user that he or she wants to buy the product or go back. So let's create that. First of all here we'll write buy the product. No, first of all we'll write buyer. Yeah. After that
let's take some space. Now first would be buy product. Now again we'll add some space. Let's copy it and paste it over here. And alright, slash n. Okay, again now we will, in the second option we'll write go back. So the second option is go back. And over here we'll add some space or a line.
Alright, so these were some options. After that, we will ask the user to enter your choice. Then the user will enter his choice. So we are taking the input. After that, we'll use the switch statement and choice. So inside the switch statement, first of all, we'll create case 1. Inside this case, we will call the receipt function. Inside the receipt function, all the operations of the buyer will take place. So this is the receipt function, and after that we'll use break. Now we'll create case 2. In case 2 we'll write or call the menu function, as 2 would be go back, as we can see. Now default case. We'll write invalid choice. Now after this again we'll use the go to jump statement and mark here M. Alright, so after this function, now we will create the add function. So as we know, if the user over here, the administrator over here, will click on this add the product, that is the first case, then this add function will be called. So now we will create this add function. So we'll write void shopping add. So inside this function we will use some file handling operations. So create an object of fstream class. So data is the name of the object. Now we'll create some variables like int c, int token equals 0, and float p, float d, and string n. So these are the variables that we have declared. Now we have to create a menu kind of a structure in which we will ask the user to enter the product, code of product, the name of the product, price, discount, etc. So let's do that. So let's write add new product. Alright, after that we will write the product code of product. We'll ask the user to enter the product code of the product. So we'll write /n/n and /t. We'll take the input in P code. We have already declared these variables at the top of our code. Now we will write another message saying that name of the product. For that we'll write name of the product. Now we'll take the input in pname. Now we'll display price of the product. We'll take the input in price. Now we'll ask to enter the discount. So we'll write discount on the product. Alright, so here we are asking the user to enter the product code of the product. Then the user will enter the product code, then the name of the product, then he will enter the name, then the price, and then the discount. So after that, now we will have to open a file, because as this add option is being used by the administrator, so we have to store these product details inside a particular file so that we can display to the user that we have these products in our supermarket. Alright, so for that we'll have to use the file handling operations. Data is the name of the object, as we can see, and with the help of data.open we can open the file, and the name of the file we can write here, database.txt. Alright, after that we want to open this file in reading mode. iOS in will open the file in reading mode and iOS out will open the file in writing mode. So now we will use if statement and we'll write if not data, that is if this file doesn't exist, then inside this function we'll write data.open database.txt. We will open this, basically we will open this file in writing mode if this file doesn't exist, and if this file exists then in else block we'll do that. iOS out, iOS app stands for append mode and iOS out stands for write mode. Now in order to write inside the file we'll give some space, and now we'll write p code. This is how we can write inside a file. After that pname, then again some space. After that there is price, then again some space. After that dis for discount, then we'll use /n. Alright, so after that we have to close the file as well. Write data.close, data.close. After that in else block, that is if the file exists, then we will read from the file. So this is how we can read from file. N P D, these are the variables. Here we are initializing the file because after that we have to use the while loop to iterate through the file. So let's do that. First of all I'll write this part and then I'll explain. Inside this we'll use if statement, and if c equals to p code, then token will be incremented, and for initialization or for iteration we'll again do that. So here what we are doing is, first of all, we are initializing the index of file. Here we are initializing the index, because after that we will use the while loop. Inside this while loop, we have written not data.eof. This eof is the end of file function. This while loop will make sure to check every content of the file by iterating it. So one by one, each content of the file is checked. If the code matches with the P code, that is, if there is a duplicacy, then the token variable which we can see initialized with 0 will be incremented. It will become 1 basically. After that, for the iteration purpose, we are reading from the file, and after that, now we will close the file, data.close. Alright, now we'll use if statement, that if token is 1, as we know, if token gets incremented, that is, if there is a duplicacy, then again it will go back to the menu. That is, if the product code entered by the administrator already exists, then he have to enter another product code, because if the administrator enters the duplicate code, then it will again go back to this menu. So this go to M, we have to label it over here. Alright, now in the else block, that is, if the token value is not incremented, that is, the product code entered by the administrator is unique and not duplicate, then we can enter the product, that is, its product code, its product name, its price. So for that we can just copy paste this part, it's the same, and we can paste it over here. So here we are writing inside the file. So this is how we can write inside the file, and here we are opening the file in append and writing mode. To write inside the file, we have to open the file in writing mode. So after that, we will display a message saying that record inserted. There's some bracket error. The else block will close over here. Alright, now this add function is done. We have done this part. Now we have to create another function named the edit function. As the add function is used for adding the products in the market based on their price, names, discounts, etc. Now edit function will edit the products. Like if you want to edit some product like juice instead of milk or something like that, you can do it with the help of edit function. So we'll do that functionality in edit function. So let's do that. We'll write void shopping edit, the name of the function. So inside this function we will create two objects of fstream class, that is data1 and data2, that is data and data1. Alright, so these two are the objects of fstream class. Now we will declare some variables. Now string n. Alright, now we'll write a message displaying modify the record. So we'll write /n Now we will ask to enter the product code. So we'll write Now we will open the file and check if that file exists or not. Now if that file doesn't exist, then we'll simply display a message saying that file doesn't exist. And in else block, we will open the file, but not the same file, the other file. This file would be database1, and we will open this file with the help of this object, that is data1. So we'll write data1.open. The name of the file would be database1.txt, and we will open this file in append mode and writing mode. So here what we are doing is we will save our edited data in this file and we will rename it to the original name, that is database.txt. The name of this file is database1.txt. We will save the edited data in this file and then we will rename this file as database.txt. That is the original name of the file. So now we will write data p code, then p name, price, and then this. So we are initializing this file. Basically we want to iterate this file, so not data dot end of file. It will check each and every content of the file. Alright, now using if statement we will check if p key equals to p code. P key is the code that is entered by the administrator which he wants to edit. So if that matches, then inside the file we'll write /n/t/t, and then product of new code, product new code. Here we are asking the administrator to enter the new code for the product. So in C, he or she will enter the code. Then we will ask to enter the name. So write /n/n name of the product. P name and now the price. So we'll write now the discount. Now all the updated details of the product will be entered with the help of data1 object. again some space, then N, again some space, and here P, then here D. Alright, now we'll write a message saying that record edited. Record edited. Alright. After that we'll increment the token, that is token ++. Now this was the if block. Now in else block, again data1, that is if the product key or the product code entered by the administrator doesn't matches with any of the product code within the file, then the old variables, that is p code, p name, price, and after that discount, that is this. Alright, after that, yeah, we'll do that /n. Now outside this else block we'll write that p code, p name, just for increment purpose. We want the while loop to iterate, so that is why we will use this one, so that this while loop can iterate. Alright, after this we will close both the objects, that is data.close, we are closing both the files, and data1 dot close. Now as I already discussed that we have to rename that database1 back to the original name, that is database. So we will use two functions in C++, that is remove function and rename function. With the help of remove function we will remove the list, that is the database.txt file. We will remove that database.txt file, and then with the help of rename function we will rename database1.txt to database.txt. So let's do that. Remove, inside remove we will write the name of the file. It will basically remove all the list inside the file. Alright, now rename function. Inside the rename function, first of all we have to write the old name, that is database1.txt, then the new name, that is database.txt. So now using this function, this name will be changed to database.txt. Alright, now if token value is not incremented, or we can say is 0, then it will display a message saying that record not found, sorry. And with that we are done with the edit function, and now we will create remove function. So we'll write void shopping rem remove,
This remove function will be a bit similar to that of the edit function. So now let's start with that. Fstream will create two objects, data and data1. Now int p key and int token will initialize it with 0. Now we'll display /t delete product. Now we'll display to enter the product code. So we'll write similar to previous function. Now data.open database.txt. We are opening this file in reading mode, and then we will check if this file exists or not. So we'll write here we will write if not data, then inside we will display file doesn't exist. Alright. Now in else block, inside the else block we will open the data1 file and the file name would be database1.txt, and we will open this file in append and writing mode. Alright, now after that base p code to initialize or iterate the while loop. We will write this. This is how we read from the file, and here we will use data because we will iterate through data.eof, that is data file. Now inside the while loop, again we'll do the same as that we have previously done, data.eof end of file. Now use if p code equals to p key, then we'll simply display the message saying that product deleted successfully. Alright, and now we will increment the token. Now in the else block we will write data1 space, then p code, then p name, then price, then discount. Now p name, then price, then discount. Here the P key entered by the administrator will check for the first product code. If it matches, the if block executes. In the second iteration, it will not match and else block will execute, and database1 file will be displayed. In other words, in else block, all the products will be displayed except the one which you want to remove or delete. So we will show this file database1 and then rename it with the previous one, that is database. Alright, so now let's go ahead. We'll do the same in order to iterate this while loop. Now, as we done previously, data.close, as we have to close the files. data1.close, and after that again the remove function to remove the database file, and rename function. Firstly we will write the database1, that is the old name. Make sure to put semicolons, then database, then database.txt, the new name. Alright, after that, if token is not incremented, that is if token is 0, then it will simply display a message saying that record cannot found. Or record not found. So as we have created 3 major functions, now we will create another function named list. It will help us in showing the list to the customer or the buyer. Right, shopping. Now we'll write list. Inside this function, we'll write the data, the object of the fstream class, then data.open will open the database file, .txt in the reading mode. Alright, after that we will format it a bit. So after that again we have to write the product number, name, price, etc. So we'll write product number, and then we can use /t, again name, then price, and then we'll use /n. Please put them inside the double quotes, and now again we'll copy this part. You can design it in your own way, and now we can do the reading part, data p code, then p name as we have done previously, price, dis, while loop. Inside the while loop again we'll use not data dot eof, now inside this file we'll write the product code, product name, and the price. We'll start with product code, then product name, that is p name, After that, price. For the iteration purpose, we'll write again p code, p name, price, discount. Alright, now after that we will close the file by writing data.close. Alright, so we are done with this function as well. After this, now we will create the receipt function in which all the customer operations will take place. So now let's create this receipt function. So we'll write void shopping, RECIPT receipt. And now inside this function, first of all we'll create the object of fstream class. Then we'll declare some arrays because we have to store multiple product keys and multiple quantities of those products. So that is why here we have to use arrays, and then we will declare some variables. So let's start. First of all, fstream class, the object of this class is data. Now after this we'll create array. Array C means array of codes, so I'll declare it in that way. Now after that, now we'll declare another array of Q, that is quantity. Now choice variable, then there would be a counter variable, let's say. Then discount variable, we'll initialize it with 0, and we'll initialize amount with 0 as well. Alright, now total variable, now we will display a message saying that receipt, so that the user will know that this is the receipt. Now after that we will open a file, that is data.open. We'll open the database.txt file, and then we'll check if that file or database exists or not. So we have done this previously. Data.open database .txt. We'll open this file in reading mode. Now we'll use if block, and inside this if block we'll write not data. We are checking that if this file or database exists or not. So we'll write if it doesn't exist, if not data, that is if this file doesn't exist or this database doesn't exist, then we will print the message saying that empty database. Empty with a P. Now as this, now in else block we'll write if that file exists. Then first of all we'll close the file that we already opened. Now in else block we will call this list function that we have created, because if the file is created then we have to call the list function, and we'll show the user or the customer that these are the products available in the supermarket, and for that we are calling this list function. Now we will design the structure and ask the user to place the order. So let's do that. Please place the order. Now again we'll copy this part. Alright, so now we'll use do while loop. The purpose of using this do while loop is that we have to run a specific part of the code every time, and the other part of the code we have to run based on the choice. So now let's start with that. Inside the do block, first of all we will ask the user to enter the product code and enter the product quantity. So first of all we'll write product code enter product code we'll take the input in the array. Now we'll ask the user to enter the quantity. Alright, now we'll take the product quantity, that is C in ARRQ C. Now we will check that if the product code entered by the user matches with the product code that is being already entered, then we will display a message saying that duplicate product code, please try again. So for that we have to use the for loop first of all, and inside the for loop we'll initialize I with 0, I less than C, we have already initialized C with 0. Now I++. So inside this for loop, use if condition and check if the product key or product code entered by the user matches with the product code that already exists in the file. Then we will display a message saying that duplicate product code. So we'll write if array C of C that is entered by the user equals array of C I. So I will keep on iterating as we have used for loop. So inside this if, we will display a message saying that duplicate product code, please try again. Alright, now we'll write go to M, again the jump statement as we have already discussed. Now after this we will increment C++, that is if the product key is not duplicate, then C will increment, that is the counter will increment. Alright, now we'll display a message saying that do you want to buy another product or not. We'll write alright, so as we have displayed this, now we will take the input of the user C in choice, that whether he wants to buy the product or not. So this is our do loop. Now we'll have to use, after this do block we'll have to use while loop, as we are using the do while loop. Now here is the condition that if the user will press yes, that is Y, then this loop will execute. Alright, now we'll make a design structure. So we'll write cout and /n/t/t/t, and now we'll write receipt. Alright, now after that now we'll write product number. Sorry, by mistake we write capital N. Now we'll write product number. Then now we'll write product quantity. Product name, sorry. Now product quantity. Then the price. Now we'll use the for loop to iterate through the file. So we'll write for int I equals 0, I less than ci++. So now inside this for loop, first of all, because we have to do the iteration, we'll open the file data.open database double quotes database.txt, and we'll open this file in reading mode, so iOS in. Alright, so after that we will kind of initialize this file. We'll write pcode, pname, then price. After that there was discount. Alright, now as we have done previously, while not data dot eof, that is end of file, and inside this while loop we will check we are actually matching if the code entered by the user, that is ARRCI, is equal to the code present in the file, and if so, then we will do the calculations and add those files in the customer basket. So let's do that. Pcode equals array of C of I. Here we are checking. If so, then we'll do the amount equals to price of the product into the quantity of the product. Alright, after that we'll have to do the discount part. So in this part we know that the discount is calculated by multiplying amount with discount divided by 100, and then we have to subtract it from the amount. So let's do that. Amount minus amount into discount divided by 100. Alright, now after that, as we are done, now we'll have to add discount to the total variable, because in this part the total amount after getting discount is stored in this dis variable. Now we will add the dis variable to the total variable. Alright, so as this is done, now we will print this part. So in this part we are just printing, so we'll do the /n, and now then pcode, then pname, then array of q of I, array of q I. Alright, now after that price, then amount, and amount after discount, or we'll write discount only because we have to write the variable. Alright, now we'll have to add the slash t's in between them. So let's do that part. Alright, so we have added the slash t's in between them for the formatting purpose. Now to iterate the file, for the iterating purpose, we'll do the same, that p code, p name, price, discount. Alright, now after this while loop, now we will have to close the data file. So we'll write data.close. So after this data.close, we have to print the total amount. So let's do that. First of all, we'll do some designing part, like let's say /n/n. Now just for design purpose, now we'll simply print the total variable. We'll write first of all total amount. Now the variable total. Alright, so everything is done except the main function. Now in the main function, we'll write so int main. Now inside this main function, as we know, we have created the class shopping class, so we will create the object of that shopping class and we will call the menu function with the help of that object. As we know, that is the first function that must be called. So we'll write shopping, and let's say the object of this is s, and s dot menu function. So as we know, the menu function is the topmost function. So this menu will display when we run the file. So now everything is done, and now let's run this file. Let's press compile and run. I hope it works. There are some errors. Alright, so 335, okay. So this is the error, and now 57 line. Line number 57. Yeah, we have to use double equal to. And one more error is there, I think. Now let's try to run this. There might be some more errors, as you can see. Alright, after this 386. Okay, so we haven't labeled this one. We have to label M. Now let's try to run this. So here we can see supermarket main menu. First is administrator, then second if you are a buyer, 3 to exit. So first we'll log in as an administrator. So as you can see, please log in. So now we'll enter the admin's email. So we'll write robbie@email.com. Now the password robbie@123. Now this is the administrator menu. As you can see, first is the add product if we want to add the product, second to modify the product, 3 to delete the product, and 4 to back to main menu. So now I'll click on, like, I want to add the product, so I'll write 1, I'll press 1 and enter, add new product. So now I have to add product code of the product. Like let's say the product of code of product is 1, name of product, let's say juice, and price is 70, and discount on product is 2%. Record inserted. Now again I want to add, so I'll click on 1. Product code of product would be 2. Now name of product would be, let's say, bread. Price 30. Discount again 2. Record inserted. Now again product now would be, let's say, butter. 3. Butter. Price of product would be 60. Discount would be 4. Now fourth product, sorry, add product. Now product would be fourth, and this would be, let's say, eggs. Price would be 170. Discount 3%. Record inserted. So now we will check that these records are inserted or not. So we can cross check it by going here and open this database file. So as we can see, one juice, product code 1 is juice, price is 70, 2 is the discount, then second is bread, third is butter, 4 is egg. So first this is the product code, this is the price, and this is the discount on that product. Now let's come back and modify the product. Let's say first product was juice and we want to modify that product. So what we'll do is we'll add the product code 1 and the new product code would be 1 only. Let's say we don't want to change that, and name of the product would be chips. We'll replace it with chips. Price would be 20 and discount would be 2%. So record edited, as we can see here, record edited, and now we can check. So now we'll open this database file. So as you can see, 1 chips, 2 bread, 3 butter, 4 eggs. So the first product, that was juice, is replaced by chips. So this function is done. Now let's try the delete function. We'll click on 3 for delete, and now we have to enter the product code of the product which we want to delete. So let's say we want to delete the fourth product, and we can see product deleted successfully. We can check that. As you can see, there are 3 products left. The fourth one got deleted. So now let's go back and let's check if the customer wants to buy the product, how can he or she buy. So let's first of all we'll click on 4 to go back to the. So now let's click on 2 as a buyer to buy some products. Now we'll click on 1 to buy the product. So as we can see, our products are chips, bread and butter. So product numbers are 1, 2, 3 and their price are 20, 30, 60 respectively. And now we'll enter the product code of the product which we want to buy. So I'll click on 1 and the quantity I say 2. Want to buy another product or not? They're asking if you want to buy another product. If yes, then press Y, and if no, then press N. So we'll click on Y because we want to buy another product. So now I'll click on 2, that is bread. Product quantity, I'll add product quantity as 4 breads, and now butter. So for that, first of all Y. For butter I will click on 3. Product code of butter is 3. Now quantity would be 2. Now I don't want to buy any other product, so I'll click on N. So as you can see, product numbers, product name, their quantity, price, amount and amount with discount, and the total is there, that is 272. And if we wish to buy another product, so we can click on 1, else we can click on 2 to go back. So this is our receipt, our total amount is there. So this is our complete project on supermarket billing in C++. You can try it, although the code is a bit long, approx 400 to 450 lines of code, but it is worth trying. This project will allow a user to book a flight to a particular country, and he or she will receive the ticket by filling in all the important details. Different concepts of C++ will be used in making this project, which will help you in understanding the concepts of C++ in a practical manner. So now let's go ahead. So now let's go to our code editor, that is dev C++. So this is our code editor, and now let's create a new file and let's start with it. So let's add some header files. Hash include iostream. Now we will add another header file, that is fstream, for file handling operations. Now hash include iomanip. So this header file is used for floating point values. So now we'll add the standard namespace. Now we'll write the main function. Now inside this main function we will create an object of a class. Our class name is management and the object name would be mobj. After that return 0. Now we have to create this class. So we'll write class management, and inside this class we will make a constructor because we have created the object of this class. So a constructor would be called, and inside that constructor we will call the function. So let's do that. First of all we'll write the public scope. Now under this public scope we'll write management. So this is our constructor management, and inside this constructor we will call a function. Let's say the name of the function is main menu. Alright, so now the class ends, so we'll write the semicolon in the end. Now inside this function main menu we have to create a menu that will display on the screen, and also we have to use this function many times inside this program. So we have to declare this function globally. So we'll write void main menu. So this is the function prototype. Now after that we can create this function. So let's write void main menu, and now we'll declare some variables, lchoice, int schoice, and another variable, let's say back. Now we have to create a layout or a structure for a menu. So let's do that. /t airlines. You can write any name as of your choice. Now we will write main menu. We'll write /t. Now again we'll add some space or some lines. Let's add /t. Now we'll create a structure in which we'll ask the user to press a particular button to open a particular functionality, like press 1 to open the customer details, press 2 for flight registration, press 3 for ticket and charges. So let's do that. Now I'll copy paste. I'll copy this part and paste it over here. In second one we'll write press 2 for flight registration. So we are done with the layout. Now we'll take the input from the user. So let's do that. Now we'll write lChoice, the variable that we have declared. Now for all three of them, we'll make a separate classes. That is, for customer details, we'll make a detail class. For flight registration, we'll make a registration class. For ticket and charges, we'll make a ticket class. And to call the functions of these classes, we'll have to make the object of these classes. So let's do that. So we'll write details D. D is the object name. Registration R. R is the object name. Ticket is the class name. T is the object name. So we have created these objects D, R and T. Now we'll use a switch statement, a switch case statement, and now we'll write lChoice. Now inside the switch case, first of all we'll create a case 1. Now inside this case we'll have to call a function of detail class. So let's do that, but before that we'll write cout customers so that it looks nice. Now we'll call the function. Let's say the name of the function is information, and now we'll ask the user to press 1 to go back to the main menu. Like if the user wants to go back to the main menu after filling the details or something like that, then he or she can click on this 1 button. Alright, now we'll take the input back. This is the variable that we have declared. Now if back equals 1, then we'll call the main menu function. That is, the main menu will display. And also in else block we'll do the same. We'll call this function only, and here we'll write press any key to go back to main menu. Now here we'll do the break. Case 1 ends. Now we have to create a case 2. Case 2 is for flight registration, so we'll simply display a message and call the function. We'll write book a flight using this system. Alright, after that we'll use /n and endl. Alright, now we'll call this function r.flights. R is the name of the object and flights is the name of the function that we will create afterwards. Now we'll write break. Now we'll have to create case 3. Now case 3 is for ticket collection. Now all we need to do is to display a message saying that get your ticket. Alright, now we'll use /n. Now we'll call the function. T is the object name, bill is the name of the function, let's say. Now we'll display a message saying that your ticket is printed. You can get it or you can collect it. Now we'll write press 1 to display your ticket. We'll take the input, and if back equals to 1, then inside if condition we'll call this function display. T is the object name, display is a function. Now after that we'll display a message, press 1 to go back to main menu or press any key to go back to main menu. So we'll write press any key to go back to main menu. Alright, now after that we'll take the input of this, and if back equals to 1, then we'll write main menu, that is we call this menu function, and in else we again we will call this menu function to display the menu. Right after this break to end the case, closing bracket, and now here is the starting bracket. Alright, so now we have to create a case 4. Inside case 4, first of all we'll display a message saying that see out thank you, because in case 4, as we can see, press 4 to exit. So if a user press 4, we'll display a message saying that it is /n/n and then again a /t. Now thank you message will be displayed. After that endl. Now we'll write break, and after that there would be a default case. Now in this default case a message would be displayed like invalid input or something like that. We'll write invalid input, please try again. Right after that we'll use /n and endl. Now to go back to main menu so that the user can try once again, so we'll call this function main menu. Now after that break. Now we have to create classes. Like first of all we have to create this detail class in which we are calling the information function. So this is the information function, and now let's create its class, that is class detail. So let's do it. Class details. Now in the public scope you will declare some variables, and static string name and let's say gender, both of these would be string, and now after that let's create the variable phone number and gender, not gender, age. We have already created gender. Now age would be integer. Then there is address, we'll write add. Then there is another variable static int customer ID, so we'll write CID. Now an array we have to create. Let's give it 100. Now let's create this function information. So inside this information function, first of all we'll ask the user to enter the customer ID. So /n enter the customer ID. After that, now the user will enter the customer ID CID, as you can see. Now we'll ask the user to enter the name. Then the name variable. Then we'll ask the user to enter the age. Then there is address. After that there would be gender. Now once the user has entered all these details, then we'll display a message saying that your details are saved with us. So we'll write your details are saved with us. Alright, so we have to end the class over here, so we'll use semicolon. Now we'll create another class. Now we will create the registration class, but before that we have to use some of the variables of the detail class in the ticket class. So for that we'll write int detail scope resolution operator CID. This is the variable that we want to use. Then the name variable, we'll write string name, then that variable gender, so we'll write string Alright, so now we can create this class. So let's do this. Write class registration, and now inside this class, first of all, we'll declare some variables under the public scope. We'll declare a static variable choice, then another variable that is choice1, let's say, then another variable back, then a static float variable named charges. Alright, so these are the variables. Now we have to create the function flights that we have called from the main menu function. So this is the flight function. Now inside this flight function there is a character array named flight n. Now after that, inside this array we'll put the name of the countries as the elements. So let's start. First of all is Dubai. After that there is Canada. Then let's say another one is UK. Then there is USA. After that there would be Australia. Then let's say Europe. Alright, now using a for loop we will display each of these countries one by one. So we'll write int a equals 0, a less than 6, a plus plus. Now inside this for loop we'll write a plus 1 dot flight 2. So here what we are doing is this a plus 1, that is 0 plus 1, so Dubai will be displayed, then one by one Canada, UK, USA, Australia, all of these will get displayed. And now after that we'll write flight n and L. Now all these countries will be displayed to the user. So now the user have to select a country. So first of all we'll write welcome to the airlines, then and L. After that we'll ask the user to press the number of the country of which you want to book the flight. So we'll write
press the number So we'll take the input from the user, see in choice. Now after that we'll use switch statements. We'll write switch, inside we'll write choice, and now we'll make some cases. Case 1 will be of Dubai, case 2 will be of Canada, then UK, US, Australia, and then Europe. So let's start with Dubai. So we'll display a message. We'll write welcome to Dubai Emirates. Alright, now /n. Now again we'll display a message saying that your comfort is our priority. Enjoy the journey. Now we'll display following are the flights. Following are the flights. Alright, so now we'll display first flight. So we'll write this is the name of the flight, and now L, and now we have to display also that the timing and the date of the flight and how many hours will it take and the price. So let's do that. So here we'll write /t, then we'll write the date, after that the timing, there is 10 hours flight, rupees 14,000 let's say. Similarly, let's copy and paste. Let's say there are 3 flights that are going to Dubai, and let's change the model numbers. 6:58 and the time and the date also. Alright, so these are the flights. Now we will ask the user to select the flight. Right, select the flight you want to book. See in choice 1. Now if the user chooses 1, Then we have to create the condition. You can use the switch case or you can do if else as well. So let's start. If choice 1 equals 1, that is if the user or the customer chooses the first flight, then charges will assign the flight charges like 14,000 and display a message saying that you have successfully booked the flight. You can go back to menu and take the ticket. We'll display this message. So this is our if statement. Now we have to create else if statement as well. For the condition we'll write if choice 1 equals 2, then what we'll do is, let's just copy and paste to save time. We can copy this part and paste it over here. Charges, as we know, the charges of this flight is 10,000. So we'll write 10,000 and its number was 658. Alright, similarly for the third flight as well, we'll do the same. The charges was 9,000, so let's do that. The number was 498. We have to change this one. Let's say 508, so that the flight numbers are unique. Now in else block we'll write invalid input shifting to the previous menu. So we'll simply display that. And then we will call the flights function. After that, if the user wants to go back to the main menu, so we'll display a message for that. Press any key to go back to the main menu. If the user chooses 1, that is if back equals 1, then the main menu function would be called, and same otherwise. Similarly, we'll create case 2. So let's do that. In case 2, we'll just copy and paste this one to save some time.
Alright, the changes we have to do is welcome to Canadian Airlines. And now your comfort is a priority. It's alright. Following are the flights. So the model number and number of flights we have to change, let's say, and the timings, like, and the dates and time. It's 2 p.m. You can change that as per your choice. You can do whatsoever you want. $20. Then select the flight you want to book. Then similarly, the first flight was of 34,000. CA198. And if you choose 2, then there would be 29,000. $40,000. The rest is all good. Shifting to the previous menu as we have done previously. And now again, after this else, we can create case 3. So inside this case 3, we'll write welcome to UK Airways. So we'll write so now let's say to UK there are only 2 flights. Let's say there are only 1 flight to UK. So we'll write UK and its flight number is 798, let's say, and the timings are, and date is first of all 12 and the timing is 10 a.m. and it will take around 14 hours and 44,000 rupees. Select the flight you want to book. This is same, and here I have to change 44,000. Alright, so to UK there is only 1 flight, so we not need to create these else if statements, so we can just cut it. And in else block the rest is same. So now after that we have to create case 4, and we can copy and paste this one as well. So our 4th flight was of US, that is US Airways. Alright, now we will change the name. We'll write US 567 and the dates, it's our choice. assign it 39,000 here, and there is 42,000. After this, now case 5 would be of Australian Airlines, so we'll write case 5 and copy paste this part, and here we'll write Australian Airlines. So let's change, we'll write AS and 698, timing date would be 18/9 and 44,000. So alright, else everything is done in this part. Now we'll create case 6. In case 6, all we need to change is Welcome to Dubai Emirates, and we'll change it to European Airlines. European Airlines, then we'll change its name to EU 498 instead of 498, and the date, let's say 2, time is 2 AM, 18 hours of flight, and its price is 36,000. $31,000. $10 AM, and alright, now we have to change its model number as well. Alright, so EU 898, and its price is 36,000. Its price is 37,000. Alright, rest everything is done in this part. Now let's create the default case. Alright, in the default case we will write invalid input, please shifting to the main menu. And then we will call this main menu function. Now we'll write break and close the switch statements. Alright, so this registration function is done. It's pretty long, as we have created 6 cases of all the countries named Dubai, Canada, UK, US, Australia, Europe. Now only one function is or class is left, that is ticket class. So let's create this ticket class. Alright, so now after this registration class, we'll have to use the semicolon. So now before this ticket class, we need to know that we have to use some variables of registration class and the details class in this ticket class. So we will do the multiple inheritance, and before that let's do the same thing as we did earlier. Float registration, because we have to use these variables, so we'll write the class name, then scope resolution operator, charges is the variable, then another variable would be choice. Both of these variables is of registration class, so that is why we are doing this. Alright, now we will start with the class ticket. We'll write class ticket, then we have to inherit both of these classes, that is we have to use multiple inheritance, right? Public registration and then details. So here we are using the multiple inheritance because we have to use the variables of both of these classes in this class ticket. Now in the public scope, we'll start with the function that is bill, void bill, and now inside this function, first of all we'll declare a variable named destination, and we'll left it like this because we have to assign it a choice that is being made by the person who wants to travel to the country. So now offstream, as we know, is used to create or write information in the files. The object of is offstream is outf we have created. Now let's say the file is records.txt, you can name it as per your choice, in which the data of the flights is being stored. Now we'll write inside this records.txt file. So as we know, to write inside the file the object name and then whatsoever we want to show inside the file, XYZ Airlines,
ticket,
details, that is class name, scope resolution operator, CID, then ANDL. Similarly we'll do that for name and gender as well. Now when it comes to destination, as we have left the empty space, now the user, if the user will press 1 then it will go to Dubai, if 2 then Canada, 3 then UK, 4 then USA, so we'll have to do that as well. So we'll write if registration, as the class was registration, scope resolution operator choice equals 1, then destination variable equals Dubai. And let's copy this part because we have to use else if statements as well. We can just copy and paste. All we need to do is else if. Now we can change it to choice 2 and name to Canada. Now after that we'll simply print or write the destination. So first of all we'll write destination and then we'll print the variable. Let's do /t to add some horizontal space. Now destination variable, alright, now we'll write the flight cost. Because it is a variable of registration class. Alright, now we have to close this object or file outf.close. We have closed the file. Now we have to display the receipt as well. So for that we have to create another function. Within this class only we'll create void dispBill, that is display bill. So inside this function we will create an if stream class and its variable, let's say, will be ifs. We all know it if stream class is used to read from the file, so we are actually reading here. So we'll write records.txt file. Now we'll use the if condition inside this. So we'll write if not ifs, that if it doesn't exist then it should show an error, that is, let's say, file error. Now if the file is there, then we'll use while loop and we'll check not ifs dot end of file, that is, here we are checking the file till the end, that is every content of the file we'll check, and ifs dot get line array 100. Here we have used getLine to read the content from the file, and while loop will help us in doing that. After that we'll print array and then endl. Alright, after that we have to close this file as well. So we'll do that ifs.close. Now we have to close the class as well, semicolon. So yeah, our code is pretty much done. After this there was main menu and the main function. So now let's try to run this one. Before that let's save it and let's name it as flight.cpp. Alright, now let's try to run this. There are a few errors. Alright, so the first error is this one, and let's check them all. Flight.cpp. line 66, there's some error. Alright, function name is wrong, flight, we missed the T. Then line 466, in line 466 where it is out F, we forgot to write F, we missed the F, and then 526. This one is associated with the previous one error, that is information error. Let's go to 561, t.display. Alright, so we wrote the wrong name, it was disp bill. Alright, now let's try to run this again. Semicolon, we forgot. Now as you can see, XYZ Airlines main menu. Press 1 to add the customer details. There's a little bit formatting error, you can figure it out yourself. Press 1 to add customer details, press 2 for flight registration, 3 for ticket and charges, and 4 to exit. So let's say a new customer I am, so I'll press 1 and I'll write customer ID 1. Now the name of the customer, let's say Raj. Age of the customer is 23 and address is Chandigarh. Alright, now gender is male. Now your details are saved with us. Alright, now press any key to go back to the main menu. We can press any key, 2, 3, 1. Then this is the main menu again. Now I want to register a flight, I'll press 2. So these are the flights, flight to Dubai, Canada, UK, USA. We forgot to add some space. We must add some space over here. So these are the flights to Dubai, Canada, UK, USA, Australia, Europe, and welcome to Airlines. They are asking us to press the number of the country of which you want to book the flight. Let's say I want to go to USA. So 4. So these are the flights: US 567, US 658, US 508, and these are the timings and these are the dates. Let's say I want to go to 658, US 658, then I'll press 2. So there's a mistake by us, we forgot to change the name of this flight. We'll change this later, and now let's go back to the main menu. Now let's say we know that we have booked this US 658, but there was some writing error. We by mistake forgot to write US 658 over here. Instead we write TUB. Now as we know that we have this flight that is booked, so we want to go for ticket and charges, so we'll click on 3. Your ticket is printed, you can collect it. Alright, press 1 to display your ticket. As you can see, customer ID 1, customer name Raj, male, description destination USA, flight cost 39,000. As we know, this is the 39,000 flight. So this is how you can build this project. And now let's correct our mistake. Let's go to Australia, US flight, sorry. So here it is. Let's change it to US
and now let's save it. So now it will work fine. So this was our project on airline reservation system. You can also try this project on your own.
Indian Premier League, that is IPL, is one of the most popular and exciting events in world cricket. IPL 2022 will begin on 26th of March, so it's the best time for us and our viewers to learn about how to perform exploratory data analysis using the recently held IPL auction dataset. So in this video, all the results and insights that you will see are totally based on the data we have collected from Kaggle. We will leave a link to the dataset in the description of the video. You can go ahead and download it. For this demo, we'll be using Python and Jupyter Notebook to answer specific questions. So let's get started. We'll move over to our Jupyter Notebook. Okay, so I'm on my Jupyter Notebook and this is the file that we are going to use. So here you can see I have some of the cells already filled in. So this will save us some time and we can explore this data set in depth. So this is the file that I'll be using, or the IPython notebook. Cool. So first let's go ahead and import all the crucial libraries that will be needed for our analysis. So here you can see I am importing the pandas library, the numpy library. These are for data manipulation and numerical computation. Then we have seaborn and matplotlib for data visualization. Then I have imported this warnings module so that we do not get any warnings while running the code. Cool. So let me just hit Shift Enter to run the first cell. So here we will import all the libraries. Okay, it's done. Now the next step is I'm going to create a data frame in the name of IPL, and here I'm importing the dataset using the read_csv function, which is part of the pandas library. So PD here has been imported as pandas. I'm giving the dataset location followed by the name of the dataset. So here the name is IPL_2022_dataset.csv is the extension of the file. So let me go ahead and run this as well. Alright, so now we have successfully imported or loaded our dataset. Now the next step, let's go ahead and explore our dataset. So I'll use the head function for this, IPL.head. Okay, so here you can see the different columns. We have an unnamed column which is actually unnecessary for our analysis, so we'll see how to drop this column. Apart from that, we have the name of the players, the base price at which the player was sold, or whether the player was a draft pick. So here Rashid Khan from Afghanistan, Hardik Pandya, then we have Subman Gill. These are all draft pick, and then we have the price at which the players were listed in the IPL auction. Then we have the type of player, whether the player is a bowler, an all-rounder, a batsman, or a wicketkeeper. Then we have the cost in rupees. This is in crores. So basically this column tells us the price at which the player was sold in the auction. Then we have the price or the cost in dollars. After that we have 2021 squad. Basically this means in last year's IPL, where was the player? So here you can see Rashid Khan was playing for SRH, the Sunrisers Hyderabad, in 2021. But this year in 2022, he'll be playing for Gujarat Titans. Similarly, Hardik Pandya was playing for Mumbai Indians for past few seasons, including 2021. But this season is going to play for Gujarat Titans. So on and so forth. Now, let's see the total number of players that are present in the dataset and the total columns that are there. For this, I'm going to use the shape attribute. So I'll write IPL.shape. You can see here there are total 633 players that were part of the auction, and this includes the players who were draft pick also. And there are total 8 columns in my data frame IPL. Next, let's use the info function to check the columns, the data types, and the total non-null objects. So I'll say IPL.info, which is a function, so I have to use brackets. There you go. So here you can see it says total 633 entries from 0 to 632. Data columns, we have total 8 columns, and then these are the different column names, and here you can see the total non-null objects present in the column, and here you can see the data types, and at the bottom you can see the memory usage as well. Cool. Now the dot columns attribute will return the name of the columns in the data set. So if I say ipl.columns and run it, it will give me all the different column names that are present in the data frame. Now, as I said, the first column, which is unnamed :0, is actually unnecessary. So we are going to drop it. For that, we are going to use the dot drop function, and then I have passed in my column name followed by the axis, on which axis is it there, and then I say in place equal to true, which means it will replace and permanently remove the unnamed column from the data frame. So let's run it, and now we'll again check the head of the data frame. You can see before we had the unnamed column, which was the first column in the data frame, and now we have successfully removed it. So player becomes the first column in the data frame. Alright, now moving ahead, let's see the total number of null values that are present in each column of the dataset. So I'll say IPL dot, I'm going to use the isNull function followed by the sum function. If I run this, you can see here the player column doesn't have any null values. Similarly, base price and type column also don't have any null values, but you can see cost in rupees and cost in dollars have nearly 396 missing or null values. The reason being those players were not picked in the IPL auction, and hence there was no price associated. And then you can see there were a few players who were not part of the IPL squad in 2021, so those are being reflected as null as well. Now we'll check the rows that have cost in dollar as null or NaN. So here I have used IPL, and after that I'm passing in the column name, which is cost in dollars, and then I've used the isNull function. If I run this, you can notice the cost in dollars column, all these values are NaN or null, and even the same rows have NaN for cost in rupees as well. Cool. Now the next task is to fill these null values or NaN values with zeros. So for that, I'm going to use the fill NA function, and here I have passed in 0. So all the null values in the dataset will be replaced with 0 for cost in rupees column and cost in dollars column. Let me just run it. Alright. Okay. Now we will see the players who were unsold in the 2021 auction, which means we will check the rows that have null values for the 2021 squad column. So what I'll do is I'll say IPL, within square brackets I'll say IPL, and then I'll pass in my column name, which is 2021 squad, and then after this I'll say dot is null. So this cell will give us the unsold players in the 2021 auction. If I run this, you see here you mark the 2021 squad column, all these players were unsold or did not participate, so hence it has NaN values. Alright. Now what we are going to do is we will replace all the null values that are present in the 2021 squad column with not participated. Like how we did in the previous example, we replaced all the null values with 0. Here we'll replace with a text value called not participated. So I'll say IPL, I'll pass in my column name, which is 2021 squad, equal to, I'll say IPL 2021 squad dot fill NA, which is the function, and here I'll pass in a text or a string saying not participated. Alright, let's run it. Before that, let me just scroll it down. Now I'll run it. Cool. Now that we have treated the null value successfully, let's verify it again. So I'll just say IPL dot is null, and then I'm going to use the sum function. If I run this, okay, this is also a function. Cool. Now if you see, we have successfully removed all the null values and replaced with either zeros or not participated, and hence now you can see none of the columns in the IPL data frame have null value, so it shows 0. Great. Now moving ahead, now we are going to add another column called status, which will hold two values, sold and unsold. But before that, we are going to slice our data frame. So here I am looking for all the rows where cost in rupees is greater than 0, and those should be unique, and I'm storing the value in a variable called teams. So here you can see we have the different teams where the cost in rupees is greater than 0. Now I'm going to create another column called status. So I have written IPL within square brackets. I'm passing in the column name, which is status, and that will be equal to the team replaced by sold value. Let me just run it and show you the result. There you go. So here you can see we have added a new column called status, and it has values sold and unsold. If I just say IPL, at the bottom you can see the unsold values as well. Cool. Now in the next cell, we are going to check for duplicated players. So there are duplicate rows in the data frame, but here the names of the players are same, but in reality the players are different. So it is quite understood that different players can have the same name. So to get those names, I am using the duplicated function, and I'll say keep equal to false, which means I don't want to keep those players. Now let's run it. There you go. So here you can see Lalit Yadav, we have two entries. So Lalit Yadav here is an all-rounder whose base price was 20 lakh for 2022 IPL, and last year he was playing for the Delhi Capitals, and this year also he is sold to Delhi Capitals. Next we have Lalit Yadav, who happens to be a bowler. So this is again different Lalit Yadav. So last year he was unsold, and even this year he remains unsold. Similarly, we have Amit Mishra, who earlier used to play with the Delhi Capitals, but this time he remains unsold, so on and so forth. So you can see two entries for Subham Singh as well and Shivam Mishra. Alright. Now let's answer a very basic question. We're going to find out how many players have participated in the 2022 IPL auction. For that, we have already seen the total number of rows that were present, but again I'm going to use the shape function, and within square brackets I'm going to say 0, which means it will give me the total number of rows, and you can see 633 players were part of the auction. This is as per our data that we have collected from Kaggle. Up next, we are going to find how many types of players have participated. So I'm going to say types equal to, say IPL, I'll use the column name which is type, and I'm going to find the count of each type of players that are present in the data frame. I'm going to use the values underscore counts function, and then I'll say types dot reset underscore index. If I run it, okay, there is an error here. Let me debug the error. Okay, so this should be value underscore counts, and the variable name is types and not type. So let's run it. You can see here we have the different types of players. So all-rounders, there are total 242 all-rounders who are part of the auction. Then we have 215 bowlers, 112 batsmen, and 64 wicket keepers. Now using the above table that we just created, I'm going to plot my first pie chart. So for that I'm going to use the matplotlib pie function. So plt.pie, I'm using types.values since I want only the values from this table, and then I'm saying labels equal to types.index. I've used a label distance of 1.2 to maintain some space, and then this is my format in which I want to print or show or display the percentage of distribution. I'm going to use shadow, so it says shadow equal to true, which is another parameter or an argument, and then I'm going to start my angle at 60 degrees, and here I have used a title called roll of players participated that will have a font size of 15, and finally I'm saying plt.plot. So let me just run it. There you go. So here we have a nice pie chart or a pie plot. So you can see the different pies here. We have all-rounder, wicketkeeper, batter and bowler. So majorly there are all-rounders in the auction followed by bowlers. Then we have 17.69% batters and 10.11% wicket keepers, which is the lowest. Cool. Now we are going to create another bar plot or a bar graph that will tell us how many players were sold and unsold. So for this I'm going to use a count plot. So we'll create two bars, one for sold and the other one for unsold, and each of the bars will have different colors. One will have orange, the other one will have pink, and I'm using labels. So to label the x-axis and y-axis, I have sold or unsold. Y label will have number of players. The title of my bar graph would be sold versus unsold. I've given a font size of 15 and I'm saying plt.plot. Now the function that you see here at the bottom will display the data labels for each of the bars. Let me just run it and show you the result. There you go. So I have used a figure size of 10,5. Alright, now you can see we have a really good bar plot which says there were total 237 players sold and 396 players were unsold as per the data we have. Cool. Now you can also print the total sold and unsold values. Let me show you how to do it. I'll say IPL dot, we can use the group by function, and I want to group it by status column, and the value that I want to measure is the players count. So I'll say players, rather player, and then I'm going to use the count function. If I run this, you can see here I've successfully grouped the unsold and sold players. The values are matching with the bar plot that we just created. So sold were 237 players and unsold are 396. Cool. Now we are going to see the total number of players bought by each team. Again, this is going to be a count plot, so basically a bar plot. So here the condition I'm passing is in the teams column the value shouldn't be unsold. So players bought means the value should be sold. So here I'm using this condition, and the rest of the things remains the same. one improvement I have done here is I'm using xTix rotation equal to 70 degrees. This basically means the X labels would be tilted by 70 degrees. Now let's see the bar plot. There you go. So here you can see I have the title players bought by each team. On the y-axis we have the number of players, and on the x-axis you can see the values have been tilted by 70 degrees. Let me just zoom in so that you can see it better. And this is the bar plot. So the maximum a team can purchase is 25 players. Some of the teams have also purchased 24, 22 and 23 players. Let me just show you. So Gujarat Titans have totally purchased 22 players. Then Delhi Capitals have total 24 players in their squad. Again, Lucknow Super Giants have 22 players. If I scroll and see again, Bangalore Royal Challengers or RCB, the Royal Challengers Bangalore have 22 players in the team, and Rajasthan Royals and Sunrisers Hyderabad have 24 and 23 players respectively in their teams. Alright, now we will create 3 more columns called retention, base price and base price unit. For that, first of all, I am creating a new column called retention, which is equal to IPL base price. Let me just run it, and then I'm going to replace these values that are present in the list 2 crore, 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 1 crore, 30 lakh, 1.5 crore with from auction, and I'm saying in place equal to true. Let me just run it. Then we are going to treat the base price. So here in the base price column, I'm going to replace draft pick value as 0. So let's run that as well. And now I'm going to split the base price value into two separate values called base price unit and base price. So basically I'm splitting on the space that I have. Let me show you how it is going to split. So this is, let's say, our base price column. What I did was I replaced the draft pick values to 0, and then the rest of the values will be split into two columns called base price unit. So basically it will have the unit of the base price, let's say crores or lakhs, and the base underscore price column will have the value, which is 2, here 40, 20, 20, so on and so forth. Let me just scroll down and run that particular cell. Now to create these two columns, the base price unit column and the base underscore price column, I have used the lambda function and I'm splitting based on the space. Let's just run it. Now I have replaced retained with 0, and let me show you the final data frame that I have. So here you can see we have replaced the draft pick values in the base price column to 0, and on the right side you can see the 3 different columns that I wanted to create. So one is called retention. So zeros refer to draft pick. Any other value will say the player was picked from the auction. Then you have the base price unit. So here you can see crores, lakhs, and the value base prices 2, 40, so on and so forth. Cool.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now let's check how many players were retained and bought from the auction by each of the teams. So I'll say IPL, let me just scroll down, dot, I'm going to use the group by function, then I'll say team, comma, retention, then I'm going to use the value as retention because I want to find the count of retained players. Then I'll say colon -1. Let me run it. You can see here the different team names because I have grouped by team and then retention. So I have Chennai Super Kings. From the auction they had picked 21 players and they had retained 4 players. Coming to Delhi Capitals in the 2022 IPL auction they picked total 20 players and they have retained 4. Similarly, if I scroll down, let me talk about, let's say, Punjab Kings. They have picked 23 players from the auction and retained 2 players from the team last year. Talking about RCB or Royal Challengers Bangalore, they have picked 19 players from the auction and they have retained 3 players. Alright. Now in the next cell of code, we are going to display the players in each team based on the different types of players. So let me just run it and show you the result. So here I am using the same condition. The value shouldn't be equal to unsold, and I'm going to use another parameter called hue for the different colors. So here I have used hue as type because I want to show the players in each team based on the different types. Again, I have given my title to the bar plot, and then I have the X label, the Y label, and my rotation is 50 degrees now. If I scroll down, you can see the different types of players. Here is the legend. So blue is for bowler, orange or yellow is for all-rounder, green is for batter, and red, which also looks like maroon, is for wicket keepers. And on the x-axis you can see the different team names. Alright, now let's answer another couple of questions. So here I have, what is the highest amount spent on a single player by each team? So to solve this question, I'll say my data frame name, that is IPL. Then I'm going to say retention equal to, this should be from auction because we want to see the highest amount spent and not from the retained players. Then I'm going to group by, I'll say team, and then I'll say cost in, let me just copy it from here, cost in rupees, that is in crores, and I'll say max colon -1 dot sort underscore values, I'll say ascending equal to false, which means I want the sorted result in descending order. Okay, let me just bring this to the left side and we'll run it. There seems to be some error. Let me check the error. It says there's a spelling mistake. This should be team. Let me run it again. There you go. So you can see Mumbai Indians have spent 15.25 crores for one of the players, and this player happens to be Ishan Kishan. Then Chennai Super Kings have spent the highest amount for a player who happens to be a bowler. The name is Deepak Chahar. They have bought him for 14 crores. Kolkata Knight Riders bought Shreyas Iyer for 12.25 crores, and so on and so forth. So these are the highest amounts spent on a single player by each of the teams. Let me scroll down. Now we are going to see the player retained at maximum value or maximum price. Now if you follow IPL, the maximum price at which a player was retained happens to be Ravindra Jadeja. So let's see at what price was he retained. I'll say retention equal to I'll say retained, then I'll say sort underscore values by equal to, I'll use the same column, cost in rupees, that's in crores. I'll say ascending equal to false dot head, and I want to find the top player. Again there's some error. Let's see where is the error. Says ascending equal to false dot head. Okay, this should be sort underscore values, within bracket I should say by. I think this should be fine now. Let's run it. There you go. So you can see here our result is player name Ravindra Jadeja, who was retained for 16 crores by Chennai Super Kings. Cool. Now the next cell of code will display or print the top 5 bowlers who have been picked in this year's IPL based on their cost in INR. Let me just run it and show you the result. You can see here Deepak Chahar went for 14 crores. Then we have Shardul Thakur, who was bought by Delhi Capitals. Earlier he was part of CSK for 10.75 crores. Then we have Prasiddha Krishna, who has been bought by Rajasthan Royals this time. Last year he was with KKR and he has been bought for 10 crores. Similarly, Lockie Ferguson has been bought by Gujarat Titans and he played for KKR last season. He has been bought for 10 crores while his base price was 2 crores. Then we have Avesh Khan. You can see Avesh Khan's base price was just 20 lakhs and he has been bought for 10 crores by Lucknow Super Giants again, and last year he was part of the Delhi Capitals. Now you can replace this value. Suppose let's say you want to find the top 5 batsmen picked or batters picked with the highest amount. You can just say batter instead of bowler, and if I run this, you can see here Shreyas Iyer was bought by Kolkata Knight Riders for 12.25 crores. Last year he was part of Delhi Capitals. Then you have Shimron Hetmeyer, who's from West Indies. He has been picked by the Rajasthan Royals for 8.5 crores. Then we have Rahul Tripathi, Shikhar Dhawan and Devdutt Padikkal. Now if you wanted to check for, let's say, all-rounders, you can replace batter with all-rounder. If I run this, you can see Liam Livingstone has been bought by Punjab Kings this season for 11.5 crores. His base price was just 1 crore and last year he was part of the Rajasthan Royals. Then we have a player from Sri Lanka, Hasaranga. Then we have Harshal Patel, Shah Rukh Khan and Rahul Tewatia, who have been the top 5 all-rounders picked at highest amount. Cool. Now finally, we want to see the players who were part of the IPL last season but were not picked for this year's IPL. So for that, what I'm doing is, first I'm renaming my 2021 squad column. This column I want to rename it as previous team. Let's run it. Then I'm going to find out the unsold players. So here I'm saying previous team not equal to not participated, and then I'm using another condition. The team should be equal to unsold, and I'm going to find out only the player and the previous team. So let's run it and see the result. So here you can see these players were part of the IPL last season, but they haven't been picked this season. And last season they had played for, let's say Suresh Raina played for CSK, Steve Smith was part of the Delhi Capitals, Sakib Al Hasan was part of KKR. If I scroll down, you have David Malan, who played for Punjab Kings in 2021, Owen Morgan, who played for KKR. He also captained KKR, but unfortunately he was not picked this season. Chris Lynn from Australia also remained unsold this season. Andrew Tai, we have Ben Cutting, Aditya Tare. There are other players as well. We have Kane Richardson, Dhaval Kulkarni. Cool. So these were the players who were part of the IPL season 2021, but unfortunately were not picked and remained unsold for 2022 season. Cool. And that brings us to our end of this demo session on IPL data analysis 2022. So we learned how to use the different functions and attributes that are part of the Python libraries, and we manipulated the data, we visualized the data and answered some specific questions. Formula One, also known as F1, is a motorsport defined by open-wheeled single-seat race cars. It features the best drivers in the most powerful and technically advanced cars. The sport is governed by the FIA, that is International Automobile Federation. Here 10 teams comprising of 2 drivers each compete in a series of races over a period of 1 year to find out the ultimate driver and a constructor champion. In our demonstration, we'll be using 4 datasets. Let me show them one by one. These are all CSV files. Now this is the first dataset that we'll be using in our demo. So if you notice, the dataset does not have column names. In fact, none of the datasets have column names. So while importing the dataset, we'll assign the column names using the names parameter. I'll show that in a while. Now this is the results dataset. The results dataset has information about the result ID. Then we have the race ID, driver ID. We have the constructor ID, grid, position. Then we also have information about the fastest lap. Then we also have information about rank, the fastest lap speed, and the status ID. Now moving on to the second dataset, which is about races. Now this is the second dataset which is about races. So it has information about the race ID, the year in which the race was held. Then we have the round number, circuit ID, then the name of the Grand Prix. So you can see here Australian, Malaysian, Chinese, Spanish, Monaco, Turkish, British, German, and others. Then we have the date on which the GP was held or the Grand Prix was held. We have the time and a URL which basically leads to the Wikipedia page of that particular Grand Prix for that year. Now moving on to our third dataset. So this is our third dataset which is about drivers. Now it has the driver ID, the name of the driver. You can see here Hamilton, Rosberg, Alonso, Raikkonen. Then we have Sato, Massa, Button, Weber, and all. After that we have the number code. Then we have the forename of the driver, the surname of the driver, and then we have the date of birth of that particular driver. We have the nationality as well. And we have the Wikipedia page for the driver. Now moving on to the last dataset, which is about constructors. So this is the fourth and the final dataset that we'll be using in our data analysis project. So here we have the constructor ID, then the constructor reference in Formula One, and this is the actual name of the constructor. So we have McLaren, we have BMW Sauber, Williams, then we have Ferrari, Toyota, Red Bull, Force India. We also have Jordan, Jaguar, and all. Next we have the nationality and the URL, that is the Wikipedia page of that particular constructor. Now let's head over to our Jupyter notebook and we'll start with our analysis. Here is my Jupyter notebook that I'll be using for this demo. You can see some of the cells are already filled. This is just to make sure we save some time. So using these datasets that we just saw and our libraries such as NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib and Seaborn, we'll answer specific questions such as the drivers and constructors who have been the most successful throughout the history of F1 sport. Then we'll explore the impact of starting and finishing positions and if the speed of the cars has changed over the years. So let's begin with our analysis. First and foremost, we are going to import all the necessary libraries. So here I'm importing NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib and Seaborn. And after that I'm writing percentage matplotlib inline. That is to ensure that all the plots are embedded inline. I'll hit Shift Enter to run it. It'll take some time. There you go. So we have successfully imported all the libraries. Now the next step is to load the data and assign column names. So I'll load my first data, which is results. I'll say pd dot read underscore csv. I'll give my file name, which is results dot csv, and then using the names parameter I'll pass in the column names. So actually I have written the column names in a notepad. Let me open that. So I have this F1 notepad created which has the column names. I'll just start copying the column names. Within the names parameter I'll paste it. If I scroll to the right, you can see the different column names that have been assigned, and to that I'm going to say comma and I'll write header equal to none. I'll close the bracket. Cool. Similarly, let's import the second data set, which is about races. I'll say pd dot read underscore csv. I'll give my file name, which is races dot csv, and then I'll give the names parameter. This is actually names and not name. Okay. I'm going to copy the second line and I'll paste it here, and again I'll say header equal to none. Next, we'll import our third data set, which is about drivers. So I'll say pd dot read underscore csv. I'll say drivers dot csv, and then again use the names parameter, and I'll copy the third line now, which has the column names for the drivers dataset. Here I need to give another parameter, which is header equal to none. Finally, we are going to import our constructors dataset. We'll say constructors equal to pd dot read underscore csv, which is the function present in the pandas library. I'll say constructors.csv, which is my file name, and then again I'll use the names parameter. I'll go to my notepad and this time I'll copy the fourth line, which has the column names for the constructors dataset. I'll paste it, and here I'll give my final parameter, that is header equal to none. Alright, now let me hit Shift Enter to run it. Okay, we see some error here. Let's debug the error. It says no such file or directory, drivers.csv. Let's see where was the issue. Okay, this should be driver.csv. Cool. Now we have successfully loaded the data and assigned the columns to the various data sets. Now the next analysis is to merge all the data set. So here I'll create a data frame called df and I'll use pd.merge function. First I'll use the results data frame that we just imported above, this one, and I'm going to merge it with races data frame, and from the races data frame I'm going to take specific columns like the race ID, then I need the year, after that I need name. Next I'm going to take the round column as well, and I'm going to use on parameter. So on parameter is actually the column that is common to both the data frames, that is results and races. So here my common column is going to be the race ID because it is present in both the data sets, and I would like to merge. So for that I'm going to use how. So I'm going to use a left join. So if you know SQL, you will be aware of left join. It takes all the rows from the left table and only the matching rows from the right table. I'm again going to use the merge function. So I'll write df equal to pd dot merge. I'll say df comma, and now I'm going to merge the drivers data set, and I'm going to select specific columns. So I'll say driver ID. Make sure there are no spelling mistakes in the column names. Then I'll say driver ref, which is the name of the driver or reference, comma, and then I want the nationality of the driver. All right, I'll give a comma. I'll say on which column I want to merge. So here the common column is going to be the driver ID. Again, how is going to be a left join. Going to the final merge part, I'll say again df equal to pd dot merge. I'll pass in my data frame, and my final data set which I have is about constructors. From constructors we are going to choose specific columns. So I'll take the constructor ID, then I'll take the name column, and again the nationality column of the manufacturer. Here I'll say on equal to the common column I'll use is constructor ID. Give a comma and say how equal to left again. Cool. Make sure you're merging it with the right column names. So let's run this cell to merge all the 4 data sets. I'll hit shift enter. Oops, there is some error. Let's see. It says constructor ID index. Okay, there's a spelling mistake. This should be constructor ID. Cool. Let's run it. There you go. Now the next thing we want to do is to drop the unnecessary columns. So I'll say df dot drop. Within the drop function, we are going to pass in the column names. I'll say number. Then we also don't want the position column. Next we have position underscore text. After that we have laps. Next we are going to drop fastest lap. Then we'll also drop the status ID, comma. We'll drop the result underscore ID column. Then going to drop the race underscore ID column. We'll also drop driver underscore ID column. And finally we are going to drop the constructor underscore ID column, and I'll say access equal to 1, and in place I'll say equal to true because I want to remove it from my original data frame, that is df. There you go. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to rename some of the columns. So I'll say df dot rename. I'll say columns equal to, now we are going to pass in a dictionary. I'm going to change the rank to test underscore lap underscore rank. Let me give a comma. Now I'll say name underscore x equal to, I'll say the Grand Prix name, so I'll say GP underscore name. Next column I'm going to focus is the nationality column, so I'll say nationality underscore x. I'll give a colon. The value I'm going to pass in is driver nationality. Alright. Up next we have one column called underscore y, and that I'm going to change it to constructor name. Another comma, I'm going to say nationality underscore y colon, change it to constructor nationality underscore nationality. Finally we have driver underscore ref column, and that I'm going to replace with just driver. Finally I'll say in place equal to true. Cool. Just verify if all the column names are correct. Let's run it. Alright, so now we have successfully renamed the columns. After that, in the next cell I'm going to rearrange the columns. So here I'm using the same data frame and we have just renamed the columns. So starting with year, Grand Prix name, round, driver, nationality, and others. Let's run this. Up next, we're going to drop the 2019 season data because it is incomplete. So I'll say df equal to df, then I'll say year not equal to 2019. Let's see how to sort the values. So I'll say df equal to df dot sort underscore values, which is the function name. I'm going to sort it by year, followed by round, followed by the position underscore order, comma, I'll say ascending equal to, first let's say is false, next I have true, and then I'll have true. Alright, moving ahead, now we are going to see how to replace the /n values in the time column with something called NaN, because the time column was not registered when a driver did not finish a race or was lagged by another driver. So to do this, I'm going to say df dot time dot, I'm going to use the replace function, and here I'll say / or /n, and I'm going to replace with numpy's NaN. I'll say in place equal to true. Let me just copy this because we are going to use the same meters. Next, I'm going to replace the milliseconds value. The milliseconds dot replace, I'll paste it here. Then I'll say df dot fastest underscore lap underscore rank dot replace, paste it. Next I have df dot fastest dot lap dot time, say replace. To that I have the next column, which is speed, so I'll say fastest underscore lap underscore speed dot replace, I'll paste it. So here I'm going to replace this particular value, the backward /n, with NaN. Let me run it. Cool. Step, I'm going to change the data types for fastest underscore lap underscore speed to float, then fastest underscore lap underscore rank to float again. Now problem here is we cannot convert it into an integer because there are missing values, so we are going to change it to float. Again, for milliseconds also we are changing it to float values. Let me run it. Now I'll reset the index. Let me show you how to reset the index. I'll say df dot reset underscore index. I'll say drop equal to true. I'll give a comma and say in place equal to true. All right, that we have done our initial processing step of the data set. Now we'll check the shape of the data set. Then we see all the data sets, the total number of non-null values, the memory usage, and we'll check the head of the data set. Now to see the total number of rows and columns, I'll say print df.shape. You can see here there are total 24,197 rows in my dataset, and there are total of 15 columns. Now let's use df.info function. So it gives me the year, the Grand Prix name, the round number, driver, constructor name, grid, position order, total number of points, time, then time in milliseconds, the fastest lap rank, the fastest lap speed, the nationality of the driver, the nationality of the constructor. Then here we have the total number of non-null objects. And then you also have the memory usage at the bottom. Finally, let's see the head of the data frame. So I'll say df.head. Let's say I want to check the first 10 rows. There you go. If I scroll down, you can see here we have the top 10 rows printed, and you have the year, the Grand Prix name, round, driver, constructor name, and other columns. Now let me just brief you about what these column names stand for. So the year column that you see here is the season that the Grand Prix took place, and then we have the name of the Grand Prix. Now the round column is the number of the race in each season. For example, 1 means it was the first race of the season, and then 2 means it was the second race of the season, so on and so forth. Then we have the name of the driver. For that we have the name of the car constructor, so you can see Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, Renault. Then we have the grid, that is the starting position before the race. Actually this depends on the qualifications which occur 1 day before the race. Then we have the position underscore order column. This means the final position at the end of the race. Then we have the points column, that is the total number of points scored in the race. Next we have the time, that is the amount of time that took to finish the race. Only the winner's time is displayed, and drivers behind the winner are shown how far behind the winner they are. Then we have the milliseconds column, that is the amount of time that took to finish the race in milliseconds. If I just scroll down, I'll just move to the right, go to the top. Then we have the fastest underscore lap underscore rank, that is the order of the fastest lap during a race. Next we have fastest lap time, that is the shortest amount of time that took to complete a lap in the race. Then we have the lap speed, that is the average speed of the fastest lap. Then we have the country to which the driver belongs to, and then we have the constructor nationality, that is the country where the car constructor is based out of. Okay. Now here I'm going to set my figure size to 10,6. This is going to be for all the plots that we are going to create afterwards. Cool. We'll create a data frame that will have all the Grand Prix winners. So here I'm going to say driver underscore winner equal to, use my data frame df dot, I'll say loc, then I'll say df, I want the position underscore order, and that should be equal to 1, so which means the driver won the race. And then I'm going to use the group by function. I'm going to group it by driver, and for values I'll say position underscore order, use the count function followed by sort underscore values. I'll say ascending equal to false. Change it to 2 underscore frame dot reset underscore index. So what essentially I'm doing here is I am finding out all the drivers that have participated and won a Grand Prix. Next, I'm going to create a bar plot. So this is going to be the first visualization of our analysis. So I'll say SB, which we have taken in our analysis. Ideally it should be SNS, but SB also will work. So I'll say SB dot bar plot. I'm going to say data equal to driver underscore winner. In the y-axis, I'll have driver. In the x-axis, I'll have position underscore order. Then I have color equal to green. That I'll set my alpha value to 0.5, or let's say 0.8. Then we are going to give a title to our plot. So I'll say plt dot title. Let's say most Grand Prix winners in F1. Then we are going to label our axis. So for Y label, I'll have driver name. We have the X label that will have number of Grand Prix wins, and I'll say plt dot y ticks. Cool. Let's run it, and you can see we have our first bar plot here. Now the bar plot shows that there are a large distribution of Grand Prix wins. Only a few drivers in history of F1 have won over 20 Grand Prix in their careers, and there are some drivers who completely dominated the F1 racing and have won over 50 Grand Prix in their careers. So we are going to focus on those top 5 or top 10 drivers in the next section. So what I'm doing here is, from the above result that we just got, I'm going to filter out only the top 10. So I'm going to use the head function, and inside that I passed in 10. If I print it, you can see here, as per the data that we have Michael Schumacher, who is the position order leader with 91 GP wins. Then we have Hamilton, Vettel, Prost, Senna, Alonso. Then we have Stewart, Clark, and Lauda. The data that we have is not the most recent one. So if you check the actual stats, Hamilton has actually overtaken Michael Schumacher and has won over 103, close to 103 races as of now. And next we have Michael Schumacher. So this is not the most recent data. Cool. Now using this data, we'll create another bar plot for the top 10 drivers. So I'll say SB dot bar plot. I'll say data equal to the name that we have used, that is top 10 drivers. So I'll say top 10 drivers. In the y-axis, we'll have the driver name. In the x-axis, we'll have position underscore order. For the bars, I'm going to use a color equal to, let's say, blue this time. I'll set my alpha value to be 0.8, and I'll say, let's say, line width equal to 0.8, and I'll also give an edge color of, let's say, black. Cool. Follow the same drill. I'm going to give a title to my plot, so I'll say plt dot title most GP winners in F1. I'll give a Y label that says driver name, and then I'll have X label which will have number of Grand Prix wins. Cool. Let me see if everything is fine, and then we'll run this. There you go. You can see we have a very nice horizontal bar plot that shows the top drivers in F1. So as per our data that we have Michael Schumacher, who has won over 91 or close to 91 races. Then we have Hamilton, Vettel, Alonso, Clark, and others. All right. In the same way, we are going to create bar plot for the top constructors that have participated in F1. So here I'm finding out all the constructor winners. So here I'm using my position underscore order equal to 1, and then I'm using the group by based on the constructor name, and then I'm finding the count of position order and sorting the values in descending order, and I'm changing it to frame or to a data frame. And to create my bar plot, I'm using the bar plot function, the data which is constructor underscore winner. In the y-axis I'll have the constructor name, on the x-axis I'll have the position order. So you can see here I've used color as pink, and I've given a title, x label, y label, and y ticks. Let's run it. There you go. So here you can see again the data is widely spread. So we have a lot of constructor names. Now our next task is to check the top 10 GPA constructor winners. So here I'm using the head function and finding out the top 10. If I run it, you can see here the manufacturing companies or the constructors who have won the most number of races are Ferrari, McLaren, Williams, then we have Mercedes, Red Bull, Team Lotus, Renault, and others. Okay, now we'll convert this data into a horizontal bar graph or a bar chart. So that will show the bar plot for the top 10 constructors. Now let me show you how to do it. So I'll say SB, which is for Cbond dot bar plot, going to say data equal to top 10. Let me just confirm the name. We have top 10 constructors. Scroll down, I'll say constructors. The y-axis I'll have constructor on the x-axis I'll have position underscore order. Then I'll say color equal to, let's say we'll use the red color for the bars. Then I'll set my alpha to 0.8. I'll say line width equal to 0.8, and my edge color I'll say black. That I'll say plt dot title, say top 10 most GP wins, lt dot y label would be constructor name, then I'll have plt dot x label as number of GP wins. Cool. Let's run it. There you go. So here you can see we have Ferrari at the top, then we have McLaren, Williams, Mercedes. I'm pretty certain by the end of 2021 season, Mercedes would have gained a lot of wins since Hamilton has been on the top for Mercedes for quite some time now. All right. Now, finally, we are going to create a regression plot that will show how two variables, that is the starting position and finishing position, vary. So to do that, I'm going to exclude the data points with grid 0 because it skews the data. So 0 means that the driver started from the pit lane. So I'm using this function called regplot to plot my regression line. Let me run it and show you the result. There you go. So if you see here, we can easily see there's a linear relationship between the starting and finishing position. So on the x-axis we have the starting position, on the y-axis we have the finishing or the finished place. So which is what is actually expected, right? Now we can also see that most races had up to 25 drivers. You can see the density of the points here, but some of the races also had over 30 drivers. You can see the light color blue dots. Next, we are going to check whether the speed of the cars changed over the years. Now, since this data is only available from 2004 onwards, so we have taken years that start from 2004 onwards. Now let me show you the result of this data. So essentially we are plotting the average speed amongst all teams during the fastest lap at individual Grand Prix, and here on the y-axis you have the average fastest speed in kilometer per hour, and then you have the different GPs, and you can see here the year values. Now in general what we see is there's a decrease in the average fastest lap from 2004 till around 2015 for almost all the circuits, and again from 2015 onward the speed started to increase. You can see here there's an increase after 2015, there's an increase here as well. You can also notice that the speed is very different on each track. For instance, if you check the Italian Grand Prix, which is here, Italian GP has the fastest race in the calendar with average speed exceeding over 240 kilometers per hour. On the other hand, if you talk about the Monaco Grand Prix, let me show you. If you see here, the Monaco GP is the slowest race with average speed below 160 kilometers per hour. Now this is actually expected because the Monaco Grand Prix has very narrow streets and hence the drivers cannot drive fast in this circuit. All right, so now we are going to look at healthcare market forecast. So as per marketsandmarkets.com, the healthcare analytics market is projected to reach 75.1 billion US dollars by 2026 from 21.1 billion US dollars in 2021. Now talking about India, As per Statista.com, India's healthcare sector was about $160 billion in 2017. It was estimated to reach up to $372 billion by 2022. Now, as per RBC Capital Markets, approximately 30% of the world's data is generated by the healthcare industry. By 2025, the compound annual growth rate of data in healthcare will reach 36%. Now that is 6% faster than manufacturing, 10% faster than financial services, and 11% faster than media and entertainment. Now let's see the various applications and issues that analytics can solve in healthcare. We will look at drug discovery, staffing and operation, and see how analytics can help predict diseases. So talking about drug discovery. Now the drug discovery is a very long process. Sometimes it takes about 12 years and costs way too much, about $2.6 billion. Now data analytics can increase the drug delivery process rate in medical science, helping to gain faster approval from the Food and Drug Administration. It can help optimize and improve the efficiency of clinical trials. Another key development that has happened in a number of pharmaceutical companies like AstraZeneca, Bayer, Clenzine, and Janssen Research and Development has recently announced a data sharing initiative called Project DataSphere. These companies have agreed to share historical cancer research data to help researchers in the fight against the disease today. The database will be available online globally, and the analytics technology would be provided by software vendor SAS. Now moving on, we have staffing and operation. Now this is another crucial problem that every staff manager in a hospital faces, that is the problem of staff allocations at a given period. Understanding how many people a manager should put on a staff at any given time period can be very challenging. If you put too many workers, the risk of having unnecessary labor costs go up. Too few workers, you can have poor customer service outcomes, which can be fatal for patients. So business analysts can use data to forecast patient admission trends at specific times of the day and provide insights to the staff managers to assign the right number of staff during peak and slow periods. Next, we'll talk about predicting diseases. So business analytics can also predict trends in the spread of illness, allowing doctors, hospitals, medical staff, and individuals to adequately prepare themselves. For example, in the case of coronavirus, analyzing data to predict future spikes in cases can help hospitals ensure that staff have enough protective equipment and patient beds. Using medical imaging and algorithms, physicians can detect diabetic retinopathy, which is a condition that damages the eye due to diabetes, and algorithms can also help detect cancer cells in a patient. Detecting cancer at an early stage has been a focus area in healthcare for quite some time now. The Cancer Moonshot Initiative by former US President Barack Obama, initiated in his second term, relies on advanced analytical techniques to pace up the discovery of cancer cures by identifying the trends and treatments used worldwide that have the highest success rate. Now, let's look at the hand washing case study in detail. So to give you some context, before the mid-19th century, the science of bacteria was not discovered yet. Nobody knew that microorganisms could spread diseases. Back then, even hospital staff did not follow basic hygiene practices. Not even doctors cared to wash their hands. Now, to be honest, we all realized the importance of hand washing after the world was hit by coronavirus pandemic. Now meet Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis. He was a Hungarian-born doctor and practiced at the Vienna General Hospital's maternity clinic between 1846 and 1849. Dr. Semmelweis is regarded as the father of infection control for discovering the medical benefits of hand washing. Dr. Semmelweis was very disturbed by the increasing fatality rate of mothers from childbed fever at Vienna Hospital. So childbed fever is also known as puerperal fever. It happens due to infections in the female reproductive tracked following childbirth. This child fever was an issue of concern throughout Europe, with some hospitals having over 40% mortality rate. So out of every 100 mothers who used to give birth, at least 40 mothers would die in a week or 2 weeks' time. So the demo case study I'm going to present now concerns the work of Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis in reducing the risk of childbed fever during childbirth in Vienna Hospital during the mid-19th century. So he collected and analyzed historical data on deaths in his clinic and established a theory of what was contributing to increasing deaths of mothers. Now, to solve a problem, business analysts would often need to collect data from multiple sources. For this demo, we'll be using 3 datasets that are publicly accessible on Kaggle and GitHub. Let me go ahead and show you the 3 datasets first.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Okay, so this is the first dataset that I have, which is called the yearly fever mortality dataset. So here you can see the first column is about year. It starts from 1784 and it goes till 1846. The next column we have is about the total number of births that took place at the Vienna General Hospital maternity clinic, and then we have the total number of deaths reported from childbed fever. Next, then we have the fever mortality per clinic. So in the Vienna Hospital, there were 2 separate clinics that operated between 1833 and 1846. Birth 1 column represents the total number of births that took place in clinic 1. Similarly, deaths 1 column represents the total number of deaths that took place in clinic 1 of the maternity clinic at Vienna General Hospital. Births 2 and deaths 2 has the information about the births and deaths that happened in clinic 2. Then we have our final dataset. This dataset is about monthly deaths, which starts from January 1841 till March 1849. We have the total number of births and the total number of deaths, and this monthly underscore deaths is only for clinic 1. We'll learn in detail about clinic 1 and clinic 2 at the maternity hospital and what they represent in detail. All right. Okay, so this is my Jupyter notebook, which has the lines of code already written. I'm going to explain you each cell of code and we'll explore the hand washing case study by looking at the outputs for each of the cells. Let's start with the first cell. So here I'm going to import my first data set, which is the yearly fever mortality. This is a CSV dataset, and to load the dataset, I'm using the pandas library and the read underscore CSV function. I'm using parse underscore dates equal to year. So this parse underscore dates will format the year column in the form of a date value. Next, I have set my index to be the year column. You can see here set underscore index equal to year, and I am mentioning that in place equal to true, which means that the original data is now modified and updated in place. And I'm importing the data and storing it in a variable called yearly underscore deaths. Next, I'm going to print my data set. Let me just hit Shift Enter. We can see the result. There is an error here. It says, okay, this should be yearly underscore deaths. Let me run it again. There you go. So here you can see we have set the year column as our index. You can see the year column is our index. Then we have the other 2 columns, the total number of births and the total number of deaths starting from 1784 till 1846. All right. Now you can see the values for year, total births, and the total number of deaths from 1784 till 1846 in the maternity clinic of Vienna Hospital where Semmelweis used to practice. Coming to the next cell of code, here we are going to calculate the mortality rate or the mortality percentage. For that, I'm going to create a new column called as mortality. So here I'm mentioning my data frame, which is yearly underscore deaths that we created above, and then within square brackets I'm passing in my new column name, which is mortality, and the formula to calculate mortality is total deaths divided by the total number of births into 100. Now let's print the result. You can see here we have added a new column called mortality, and it has given us the mortality rate for each of the years starting from 1784 till 1846. Now next we are going to find out some descriptive statistics using the describe function. So I've used yearly underscore deaths dot describe. If I run it, you can see the count, that is the total number of rows that are there in our dataset. Then we have the mean birth, so the average birth that has taken place in all these years per year is around 2268. The total deaths reported in each of the years, that is the average number of deaths, is around 93, and the mortality is around 3% or 3.3%. We have the standard deviation, we have the minimum value, that is the least births that took place in one of the years was 284 and the maximum is 4010. Then we have the 25th percentile, the 50th percentile, and the 75th percentile. We are going to create our first plot, that is plot about yearly mortality rate each year between 1784 till 1846. Now here we are going to create a line plot, and for that I'm going to import my matplotlib.pyplot as plt. I'm setting my figure size to be 14,5, and using the plot function I'm going to create my line plot. I've given my data value as mortality rate. I'm going to use color as green and marker as O. So O will represent as dots. And after that, I'm going to give a title as mortality from childbed fever during childbirth. I've given a X label as year and Y label as mortality rate. Let's run and see the output. There you go. If I scroll down, you can see here we have a nice line chart. Now we can notice that the mortality rate started increasing somewhere around 1823. From here you can see a spike, and gradually the mortality rate or fatality rate from childbed fever started increasing from around 1823. The reason was, you can see here, there was a sharp increase after 1823. So the reason was, around 1823, Semmelweis Clinic started giving lessons on pathological anatomy. So pathology, I guess you would know, is the branch of medicine that deals with the study of causes and effects of diseases. So doctors would take classes on the corpse's organs and tissues to learn the reasons for the cause of the death. So after the postmortems, then they might deliver a baby or examine a patient, possibly with pieces of contaminated flesh remaining in their hands. So Semmelweis suspected that this could be the reason for childbed fever. So he continued with his analysis and looked for further evidence to support his hypothesis. Now till 1832, there was only one maternity clinic at the Vienna hospital. Now that had become very overcrowded, so an extension was built and two clinics were created in 1833. 1833. You can see it here. Now, until 1840, both clinics were used for teaching and training medical students and midwives. So midwives are people who help mothers deliver babies and take care of newborns after childbirth. So after 1840, the physicians, that included doctors and medical students, used to operate in Clinic 1, and only midwives used to operate in Clinic 2 after 1840. So Semmelweis spotted that in Clinic 1, the fatality rate for mothers from childbed fever was 3 times more than those who delivered in Clinic 2. So you can see here in Clinic 1, which was the doctor's ward, and for people who were given trainings, the mortality rate was 10%, while in Clinic 2, where only the midwives operated, the mortality rate was 3%. So he again believed that in Clinic 1, where doctors and physicians operated, they also used to handle corpses during autopsies before operating on pregnant women. And they never used to wash their hands between the two jobs. But midwives in Clinic 2 never went to the autopsy room. So Semmelweis spotted that there were links between the lack of hygiene of the doctors and the mortality rate of the mothers. So let's analyze that data now. Cool. So I'm going to import my second data set, which has the information about births and deaths in Clinic 1 and Clinic 2. So here I'm importing my CSV data set and I'm storing it in a data frame name called clinics. Again, I've used parse_dates as year to format the date values. I've given my file location followed by the file name and dot the extension of the file, which is CSV file. Again, I've set my index to be the year column and I'm printing the head of the data frame now. Let me hit Shift Enter. Okay, so here you can see 1833 onwards, birth 1, death 1, that is for Clinic 1. Then we have births 2, deaths 2 for Clinic 2. Next, we are going to calculate the mortality for both the clinics, that is Clinic 1 and Clinic 2. So what I'm doing here is I'm creating two columns, mortality 1 and mortality 2. So mortality 1 is for Clinic 1, then mortality 2 is for Clinic 2. Again, the formula is the same. Deaths divided by births into 100 is the mortality rate. Let me run it. And now we are going to see the first 10 rows from our newly created data frame. You can see here we have added two more columns, mortality 1 and mortality 2. And these are the results. Now, if you notice, you can see the mortality rate for the Clinic 1, where Dr. Semmelweis used to practice, or the physicians who also operated on the dead bodies used to practice. So the mortality rate is high there. Now let's compare and visualize the mortality rate at both the clinics. So here I'm again setting my figure size to be 14,5. I've used clinics.index mortality 1. I've given a label as Clinic 1. Color I'm using as teal, marker is O. So this O will make sure for each of the years we have a dot or a round shape. Similarly for Clinic 2 we have mortality 2. I'm using blue color, again marker as O. Then I'm giving a legend, a title called mortality from childbed fever during childbirth. I also have a Y label called mortality rate. Let's run it. Now if I scroll down, you can see the mortality rate from 1833 onwards till 1846 for both the clinics. The teal color represents Clinic 1 and the blue color represents Clinic 2. So from this graph, we can see that the death rate at Clinic 1 was significantly higher after 1840. You can see there is a huge spike compared to Clinic 2, where only the midwives practiced and they never operated on the dead bodies in the autopsy room. So now Dr. Semmelweis had strong evidence to believe that the doctors were transmitting infectious flesh or you can say material, substances from previous operations to mothers through their hands, and this was leading to childbed fever. So far, we have seen in our analysis till 1846, Dr. Semmelweis in mid 1847 asked his colleagues and fellow physicians at Maternity Clinic 1 to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before attending pregnant mothers, and the results were significant. So let's see the final analysis of Clinic 1 where Dr. Semmelweis practiced and how he was able to reduce the mortality rate. Now I'm going to load the monthly deaths dataset that has information from January 1841 till March 1849, and after 1849 his contract was terminated and he was asked to leave the Vienna hospital. I'll tell you why he was asked to leave a little later. Let's load the final dataset now. Okay, so I'm going to import my final dataset, which is the monthly underscore deaths.csv. I'm storing it in a variable called monthly underscore data. Let me run it. So here you can see the data for all the months starting from January 1841 till March 1849. Next, I'm going to find the monthly mortality at Clinic 1. So I'm going to divide the deaths divided by births into 100. So here you can see we have created a new column called proportional underscore deaths that has the death rate for each of the months. Now the doctors in Clinic 1 started washing their hands in June 1847 before carrying out delivery operations. So we have divided the original data into two data frames called before washing and then we have after washing. We will set the start of hand washing date to 1st of June 1847. You can see here I have said start of hand washing pandas dot to data frame. I'm giving my hand washing start date, that is 1st of June 1847. For washing data frame will have all the values that lie prior to June 1847. So here I have subset my data. I'm saying date should be less than our date, which is 1st of June 1847, and after washing should be greater than equal to 1st of June 1847. Run this. I'll print my before washing data frame. You can see it has taken all the values till May 1847, and for after washing we have all the values starting from June 1847 till we have March 1849. So we have split months data into before and after hand washing start date. Now let's plot our final graph that shows the difference in the mortality rate of mothers before and after hand washing. So here I'm setting AX, which is the axis for before washing. Dot plot will create a line plot. I'm saying X to be date, Y to be proportional deaths. I'm giving my label to be before hand washing. I'm using color as C, which is for cyan. Then here B represents blue. This is for after hand washing. Again, X should be date, Y should be proportional underscore deaths. Here I'm using a line style to be dotted lines to just compare the plots. I've set my Y label to be proportion deaths. Let's run it and you can see the result. Let me scroll down. There you go. On the x-axis we have the date, on the y-axis we have the proportion deaths. The cyan color represents before hand washing, that is the solid line, and we have the dotted lines for after hand washing. Now you can see how starting from the summer of 1847 the proportion of deaths got reduced significantly, less than 5%, you can see here. So this was when Semmelweis made hand washing mandatory. Now we'll calculate the difference in average monthly percentage deaths before and after hand washing. So what I'm doing is I'm creating two variables, before proportion and after proportion. And then we are going to subtract the before proportion mean minus the after proportion mean. If you see the difference, you can see here it is 8.3%. So from 10%, we just reduced it to less than 3%. So this was all about the hand washing case study that Simplilearn had conducted using different data sets. So we performed this exploratory data analysis using 3 data sets, and we explored how using pandas and matplotlib you can create different charts and analyze data, yearly data or time series data. Now, the sad part is that with all this exploratory analysis and the findings Dr. Simplilearn made, his superiors at Vienna Hospital refused to accept his theory, and he was met with a lot of criticism. Medical community rejected his discovery in March 1849, and he was forced to leave the Vienna General Hospital. One reason we can argue as business analysts is that statistical analysis and data visualization were very uncommon those days in the field of medical science. Simplilearn only published his data as long tables of raw data, but he couldn't show any graphs or confidence intervals to support his hypothesis. His ideas were considered as offense to the medical community. He hurt them since Simplilearn meant that doctors were the cause of increased deaths. He believed in another theory called miasmus, which basically means some bad component in the air was the cause of childbed fever deaths. After 2 decades, when Joseph Lister and Louis Pasteur produced more evidence of the germ theory and antiseptic techniques, only then the value of hand washing was appreciated. But nevertheless, his work was based on evidence supported by numbers, showing that simple hand washing by healthcare workers could save millions of lives. Later, he did get some recognition. The Budapest University, where Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis used to teach after getting terminated from Vienna General Hospital, is now named as Semmelweis University. In January 2019, the statue of Dr. Semmelweis was unveiled at the World Health Organization by the current Director General, Mr. Tedros. You can see on the right. On the left, we have the State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade from Hungary. On the 100th anniversary of his death, the government of Austria issued a postage stamp in his honor. And in March 2020, after the world was hit by coronavirus, Google also recognized Semmelweis' hand-washing findings and gave him a Will Doodle.
The best way to master a language is by programming in it. If you enjoy watching such tech videos, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what's in store for you? We'll first create some simple beginner level projects like how to build a calculator app. Then we'll move on to more advanced apps like the weather app, the Tic-tac-toe game, and finally we'll conclude the session by creating a snake game application. Now I'm sure you're excited to dive deep into it. So let's begin.
So we have decided to basically develop a very interesting project in JavaScript that is known as called calculator application. Like you have seen earlier some projects like in Tic-tac-toe, you talk about snake game, you talk about the quiz application. This time we're going to introduce you another very interesting project using this JavaScript, HTML and CSS, so-called calculator application. So let's get started. Let me try to delete first those files which we really do not need it now. We delete those all. Yeah. Now I'll be creating a new folder now and give the name called calculator app. And in this calculator app, once again we need some new files which is called index.html, and we also need one more that is called app.css, and another one that is called app.js. So these 3 files required. Now first of all, I would start with index.html file where we'll be creating a template of my code. Now let me go and create this template, and here I have got body with me. Let's start with the first tag here, that is called h1, and this h1 we are giving the name called calculator. Yeah. So that will be my h1 heading. After that, we'll start working with the div tag. Now within this div, I have to create lot many classes. I may not have lot many CSS classes, but we can give some classes here. So we can say class equal to container. Okay. So within this div tag, we're going to create a table now because I want to organize it. So I'm starting with the table. Within this table, a tr tag, and within this tr tag, I need a td. Now in this td, I need few things call span equal to 3 as the value, and here I want to offer the text box input type equal to text. Okay, input up to text id equal to, give the name called result. That will be the final outcome while pressing all the different buttons. Id equal to result and class equal to screen. Remember, I haven't created those CSS classes, but we're giving some names, but later on we can utilize it while creating those CSS classes. Table data is getting closed. Let's get started with another TD. Now inside this TD, we need another text box. Input type equal to text, and here in this input type to text, I would like to better say button because I'll be having buttons. Okay, input type equal to button, value equal to C, and on click equal to, I may not have any function right now, but yes, I can create a function, but let me give some dummy name here. I'm saying clear screen. Okay, so that will be the function we get called, and after that, class equal to clear. Yeah, so this is my button tag. After this, the TD tag is getting closed. After the TD tag, the table row is also getting closed. After the table row, which is getting closed, we're going to start working with another table row. Okay, and in this table row, I'm going to create one more TD. So let's go and create another TD here, and inside this TD, I'll be having another button to be get created. So I'll just say this is my another button now. Input equal to button, value equal to 1, on click equal to, I'll be calling another function called display. Okay, and inside this we're giving the value called 1. Okay, and class equal to number. Class equal to number, and here after that the TD tag is getting closed. Okay, now we have to start another TD tag here. Okay, like that we have to keep on creating the multiple buttons. So let me copy and paste another table data. Now here again value equal to 2, on click equal to display, give the value called 2, and class equal to what? Number. Like that I'll keep on creating multiple buttons, but first check how it actually looks like it. Now I can see the buttons like in C 1, 2, 3, but yes, I'm going to create few more buttons one after another. Okay, so I'll go here and create few more buttons. So this is where the table data is getting closed. Okay, I'll copy this and paste it again. So I have to create the button like in 3, 4, something like that. So after this 2, we're giving the value called 3. Yeah. I'll give the value called 3. So value equal to 2, value equal to 3, display 3, and then afterwards just giving the value called forward slash, and here also you're going to give the value called forward slash, and here class equal to operator. After that you have to give the value called 4, and then followed by 5, 6, 7. So here we give 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. After 6, we're giving call minus. Okay. Once again, it will be what type of operator? Okay. After this minus, we'll be talking about call 7. Then we have to have an 8. Okay. 9. Okay. After that, we're giving call plus and display plus class equal to operator. Okay. So here you can see the table data is getting closed, and here the table row is also getting closed. And after this table row, you can start working with another table row here. And after this table row, we can start working with again TD. Let me have this again. Inside this, I'll be giving the option called decimal, which is value equal to dot, and here we give the value called decimal. Okay. Now display 0. So after giving this dot, it will basically take what? The value 0, which we haven't put now. We'll be talking about value called 0. So here the decimal value we have given it, TD is getting closed. Let me have the another one. Zero. So like that we have to give this now. After that we'll be once again taking this, and this time rather than giving this 0, we'll be using this call as a button, and value equal to on click equal to solve. Okay, and in this solve we'll not be passing anything. It will be like a normal function, and class equal to equal. Okay, so table data is getting closed, so we will be using another table data now. So here it will be the button only. Okay, we will be using value equal to multiplication, display asterisk, and here we'll be using operator. Okay, so table data is getting closed, table row is getting closed, table is also getting closed here. Okay, so your div tag is also getting closed here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so that's the only thing which we wanted to make. Let me try to refresh and check. Awesome. So we have got all those necessary calculator behavior which we wanted to reveal. Okay, now our next statement will be, once we are giving this C, then we have to call 1, 2, 3, and then forward slash followed by 4, 5, 6 will come down. Okay, so let me check whether we have used 6 or not. Okay, so we haven't used 6. So let me check here. 4, 5, 6. So let me go back here. 4, 5, 6. Let me copy this and paste it later on. Before minus. Six equal to number. Okay, so we're almost set now. So we are having this look and feel. In this we are giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and after this we have a call minus and then plus related behavior. So we are all set now, and after that we'll be basically applying the CSS as well as the JavaScript look towards my code. Okay, thank you. Well everybody, we're all good to go now, but I just want to first check whether my this outlook is looking properly or not. See, what my expectation is, after 1, 2, 3 forward slash, I really want to bring 4, 5, 6 to the next, and then 7, 8, 9 and again forward slash, but I can think this is absolutely unorganized. So after this, when we say this forward slash which we have used after hyphen, okay, your TD is getting closed here. Okay, so here the TR I also want to close here. Okay, and after this TR I also want to start another TR here. Okay, so that I can put them into the another level now. So under this TR I can use this TD now. So after this minus, after 4, 5, 6 minus, once again I would like to start another table row here. Okay, so that it let's go to the next row. So here after TD we're closing this TR and starting another TR now. Okay, we're starting another TR. After that we talk about 7, 8, 9. Okay, plus, see here, talking about 7, 8, 9 plus, here the table row is getting closed and it is starting right now like this. See, that looks better now. Okay, but still few more things which I would like to make it even more organized, but that's not a problem. We will do it little later on. Okay, because you can see 8 is missing right now. So here 7, we copy this, equal to 8. Yeah, that looks better now. So now they are basically completely organized. So the moment I expect my application, so we have a call dot here, then 0, then equal to, and then we have a call multiplication. Okay, so looks better now. Now I just would like to perform the overall look and feel. So I need to go ahead and use what CSS, because without CSS I really can't utilize this in a proper way. So I have to start working with the CSS front now. In CSS front, how to start? First we will go back to my code, and here in my CSS we'll start working with font family. But before font family, I would like to start with the body part now. Body, background color I'm using called teal. That looks nice. Okay, so I will be using this app.css in my HTML to see the look how it is being appeared right now. So in my index.html file, on the top under my head section, link, style sheet, okay, now see, it looks better now. Going forward, in my CSS we want to use some H1 color too. So here we would like to use with the H1 text align, center, color, white, margin top we would like to use 50 pixels. This is for H1. Let's check. Perfect. So it is now coming in between. Next statement will be called screen. So we say dot screen. So in this screen, we use the background color gray, and after that border solid black and with 2 pixels. After that color white, font size medium. Next width, we are using this 100%. Then we talk about cursor. We'll be saying what the default cursor is. Okay. Then padding, we would like to say 10 pixels, and then margin, say auto. Then margin bottom, that I'll be using 10 pixels. So it is a proper alignment. Okay. Look, that's how exactly we want. That's for a screen where the exact outcome will be visible to me. And rest of the details will be showing you one by one. Now we'll be talking about called input. Okay. Input type equal to button. For input type equal to button. Okay. Input type equal to button of type what? Hover. The moment I hover on my button, I say background color change to what? White, or else I can say white smoke. Okay. And when the button is active, what I want, let me copy input type equal to button, and here I say active. And this color should be orange red. Like this. You can see now how it is basically looking like it. Okay, active, the color will be like this. Okay, now we'll be talking about called operators. Operators should behave different. So I'm saying dot operator. In this operator, we are saying background color orange. Okay, then padding, I want 5 pixels. Okay, then I want color, that should be black. After this, I'm using called border. That border, I'm using this called solid, and then black and 2 pixels. After this, width, I'm using 100%. Then height, we're using 40 pixels. Then cursor, it has to be pointer type. Okay, that's it. Let's check. Perfect. So they should turn back to what? To your orange color. And you can see the moment I take my cursor on, it turns to white. Perfect. And now those who are type number, I also want to change them. So for number, I want to say the same option. Padding, I want 5 pixels. Then I need height of type 40 pixels. Then I say color. It looks, I want to say called black. Then border. Border, I want solid, black and 2 pixels. Solid, black and 2 pixels. Then width, I would say 100%. And cursor, once again, point. That is for number. Let's check. Awesome. So they looks nice. Now we left with few other type of options like in dot and equal to. Okay, that I'm talking about called decimal. For decimal, I need to have a different options with me. Okay, so let me try to copy this, paste it, and I say for decimal. So for decimal, background color will be light blue, padding 5 pixels, color black, border solid. Okay, black 2 pixels, width 100%, height 40 pixels, fine, and cursor pointer. Perfect. Okay, looks nice, but I have changed the color to light blue now. Now I talk about clear. Okay, now come back and say clear. Okay, in this color, background color is I'm changed to light salmon, padding 5 pixels, color black, border same, width 100%, height 40 pixels, fine. So cursor, pointer, fine, margin, auto, and margin bottom 10 pixels. Let's check. Perfect. Now it looks beautiful. Okay. Now here, after giving these details, we're talking about called equal part, dot equal. So for dot equal also, I'm just copying the same. So give a call, background color, padding color, just change to light green. And after this, since it is an equal, so we say padding 5 pixels is okay, color black, fine, border, fine, width 100%, height 40 pixels, color and cursor pointers, just I don't need to. This is for dot equal, and I want for container. In this container, width I want 40%, width 40%, background color white, okay. Now here padding is 15 pixels, so display block, so first of all we have call width, we say display block, which we're taking margin, okay. In margin we are saying 100 pixels, auto, okay. Now align cells equal to center, okay. Border radius, which is saying 10 pixels, okay. Now we are saying box shadow 5 pixels, black, and padding so these are the details I have it now, okay. We have it, background color we are taking it now, align self, display block, border radius, padding, and now padding 15 pixels we've given already. I don't need to give it again. Margin, okay, fine. Box shadow, let's try. Awesome. So it's looking beautiful now. Okay. So this is where exactly my application works like that. And table, when we talk about, here we're saying width 100%. Okay. That's it. Super. So it's now giving me the proper look of how my application should behave like it. Just see about the container what we have done. Width 40% we're taking, background color. Let's bring it below. Then align self, display block, okay, margin, okay, and border radius, and fine. So I think we're all good now. So that's it. So we'll try and implement the JavaScript part. Well, everyone, so our CSS file is ready, our HTML is ready. It's time to just go ahead and talk about my final portion, that is called JS part, where I want to basically perform some calculators. Now here I just say function display which takes var as a parameter and say document dot get element by id. Here I'm saying result, okay, dot value, okay, plus equal to var. Whatever value we are adding it, just it basically try to apply calculation on the top of that. Okay, that is a function. After that, we have another function available here called function solve. Here in the solve, we just use the value called let x equal to document dot get element by id result, okay, dot value, dot value, okay, and say let y equal to perform the calculations. For that, we'll be using one function called eval and type x as an parameter. Now the next statement will be again document dot get element by id result dot value equal to y. Okay. Now later on I'll like to use another function here. Function clear screen, and here we say document dot get element by id. Here we say result dot value equal to, like that. So clear screen, solve, and display. Three functions are associated with me, and these three functions are the part of this JavaScript file which I'll be calling it at the end before the body tag get closed. So here script equal to app.js. That's it. Okay, let's try to execute now. Here 2, you can see the values. I will say plus 6 equal to 8. Absolutely clear. I say C is clear the screen. 6 divided by 2 equal to 3. Awesome. So friends, your calculator application is ready. Congratulations to all. So it is a very simplest form which we have developed. This is your HTML, which is a template for you. This is the CSS, which is your complete the area of like how the look and feel will look like in of this template. beautification, and here last we have got JS, which is smaller logic but really meaningful. Okay. Hello everyone, and welcome to the another very exciting project for our development in JavaScript that is known as called Weather Pro. It is in a continuation to the series of the previous project what we have developed in JavaScript, and this is once again a very competitive project I'm going to present to you, which is called Weather Pro, where I would like to offer you the real-time weather application into your browser taken from the real-time weather applications. Okay, so let's get started with the new development of our application, which is called a Weather Pro. Now once again, compared to the previous project what we have seen, these projects were working more a kind of static in nature, where like you talk about snake game, you talk about Tic-tac-toe, or other type of games like an online quiz, where the data was very much static in nature, but we were presenting the data in the form of more dynamic in nature. This time, this project we are presenting you while connecting with a real-time weather application, where I'll be making a one REST API call, or else you can say asynchronous call. And since JavaScript is working as about a pure asynchronous nature, you will be enjoying the way how the JavaScript can communicate with your backend, load the data, and represent the records in a very beautiful manner. So once again, we would need this VS Code editor only just to develop our code. And once again, for developing a presentation part, we'll be using HTML. For formatting part, we'll be using CSS, and to make some dynamic update, we'll be using JavaScript. Now here, I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Parallelly, I just want one more that is known as called app.css, and another file we need it, and that is called your JS file. So we are saying app.js file. So total number of 3 files are available to us. Now I'll start working with an HTML now, and here we'll start with this HTML templates. Now here, first of all, I would like to load my CSS file, which I do not have right now, but certainly I can use it. Okay, so I can just say link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to app.css. Well, that is my CSS location. Now I just want to create this link rel I would better use inside my head tag. That will be the more convenient place. Now in my body, I want to have some of the div tags, and there I can decide where the weather to be displayed. So I can just start with my div tag now. With my div tag, I say class equal to, I can just create a class which later on I can offer different size of or different type of style. So we can say container. So we're saying div class equal to container. Now within a div tag, we'll like to use another div tag, which is a nested one. So this div will have another class called class equal to app hyphen title. App hyphen title. In the same div tag, we can use this typical paragraph tag, and here we say weather info. Weather info. Now, after this paragraph tag, we want to have a text box, because I would expect a client to enter the detail on which city or for which city he or she would like to get the details. So we can say input some properties like ID equal to search, second type equal to text, next placeholder equal to enter the city, next autocomplete. I'm saying autocomplete off. The reason because I do not want the previous value user can see. In this case, we can say autocomplete off. I do not want any autocomplete in this. Okay, now here it is getting close now. After that, we also want the locations. For that I may use some of the PNG files and all, but right now I just want to display the details of the user, like which city he belongs to, and accordingly I can display the records right in your application. So for that I really need some of the div tags once again, where I can display the details of this particular city. So I'm just having this only text box. Let me go back and check how it looks. So I have a call, enter the city. So here I'll be picking up the city, and somewhere down the line I have to display the records. So after this div, we can also have some of the locations to be displayed. So we can just use the notifications and also the location where you want the details to be displayed. Okay, so we can use div class equal to temperature value, temperature hyphen value. Okay, so div class equal to temperature hyphen value. Inside this I'll be using paragraph tag, and here in my paragraph I'll say hyphen and this degree centigrade or whatever you want to display it here, and we'll use a span tag within this and show in degree centigrade. That's it. And if you want to define the temperature description, after this div tag we can use another div tag, and inside my div tag I can define the temperature description. Okay, so we can say div class equal to temperature hyphen description, temperature hyphen description, and within this I'll be using what, a paragraph tag. Here I'll be displaying all the description. So right now that is the only thing which I want. Let me check. Okay, so it's here right now. So now let me try to collect the value from the client and perform some JavaScript tag within this. Okay, now it's time for us to go back and try to bring some of the CSS features into my code now. Now, few things I would like to say is I have basically downloaded some fonts which I would like to use it in my application, and I also have some of the icons which I would like to use during my application presentation. So there are some PNG files are there which I've downloaded from the internet just to bring more beautiful experience towards my application development. Well, this is another background image which is called bg.jpg, which I would like to make it as a background of my existing application. So I'll start with my CSS and see how this CSS can really bring some new features to my code. Well, first thing I need to have a called font face. So to make this font face, we are using this statement name called here @font face, and I like to use font family. Font family I'm using Montserrat. Okay, it is already there with me, Montserrat, and the URL what is looking forward for, so we are saying src URL, and I'm saying under the font, so we have a file called ttf. Okay, that is called bold.ttf. That is the file which is there with me. Next thing, so for every location I want to use the font family, font hyphen family. I want to use same Montserrat, and the next thing is like in my body. So in my body, few details like background image, I need URL, and in this URL we can say bg.jpg in my background. Next thing is background color, that I need it still blue. Then I need height, I'll say 500 pixels. Next, your background position. This I need it is center. Next is your background repeat. I say no repeat. Next is your background size. This I'm saying cover. This is my body part. Okay, let's check. Okay, looks awesome now. You see this now. This is how my weather info is looking like it. You can see like the background looks awesome now. Now, next thing we require a container. So we are saying dot container. Container we say width 50%. Next, background color. We're just using white. Next, we needed to see your align self. That will be center. Display will be block. Margin. So in margin we can say 100 pixels. After that, border radius. Border radius we are saying 10 pixels. And then padding bottom. This padding bottom will be 50 pixels. Then box shadow. This box shadow we are giving 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and black. This will be with my container. So index.html file we have a called container. Now, okay, looks awesome now. So this is where exactly the details will be. Okay, now after this CSS container we have used, we can talk about called title. You can say hyphen title. Inside this we will say width will be 100%. Then height will be 150 pixels. Then border radius 10 pixels. 10 pixels. Then we need display. Display we need flex. And then we need align items. This align items we are just saying center. Next we need justify content. That will be the justify content will be just center. Then flex direction would be column. So this option we are using for our tool name called what? app-title. Okay, so here in my index.html file we have a called div class equal to what? app-title equal to weather info. Let's check. Okay, so this is the another we have used that is called app title. Now we need to use it for paragraph. Inside my app title, what should be alignment for my paragraph? So here, this app title is space p, but it should be the class. So we are saying dot. And there also we have to use what? Dot, because both have to be the class type. Okay, so here you can see now there is a difference. I forgot to add dot, and now you can see it looks better comparatively. Paragraph. So once again in my paragraph I'll be having text align, center, padding I want 15 pixels. Then I need margin. Margin would be 0. and auto, followed by font size. Font size, this I'm saying is called 1.2. Yeah. This is position. Then color, we are giving hash value called 333. Okay. Now here, okay, so some changes in a paragraph. Well, going forward for the search, because if you remember, we have an index.html file, we have a call id equal to what? Search. So here in my app.css I have to use hash search. Okay, so this search conditions I want to use it. Now inside my search I need few things. One is called display, I need block, after that I need margin left, auto, margin right, auto, width, I'm looking forward for 5 pixels, height, that I'm looking forward for 20 pixels, then border radius, I'm looking forward for 5 pixels, then outline, that is called none. When we say border, okay, in this border what we can say 3 pixels, space solid, okay, and once again sea blue. That's what. Let's check. So this is actually the text box. So once again, search you use display block, margin left auto, margin right auto, width 5 pixels, width, padding, sorry, one thing I said, padding should be 5 pixels, width should be 40%, that's why it is smaller, width it will be 40%. Let's check. Yeah, that's look better now. Okay, so my text box is now ready. I'll be having some of the details for the notifications also. So what I need for the notifications, let me go back and create a class for notification. So dot notification. Okay, now in the notifications I would like to give some value called background color, and in this background color we are just giving white, and after that we are saying display, and we are saying none. This is for notification, and followed by the notification, we're talking about the same notification, okay, and followed by its paragraph. We are giving the color. First of all, we are saying color. Color is basically red, okay, or else if you want to give maroon, it will be maroon. And after this, the next property we are taking is called font size. Font size we are taking is called 1.2 em, followed by margin. Margin we are taking is 0. After that, text align, center, padding 10 pixels, 0. So this is for notification P. And then the weather container, okay, in my weather container I will say width 100%, sorry, yeah, width 100%, height we're giving 260 pixels, or if to you 250 pixels if you want. background color. This background color we are giving this call once again white, and followed by margin top 20 pixels. 20 pixels. This is for weather container. Now for the weather icon, weather hyphen icon, I'm saying width is 100% and height 128 pixels, just to give in a better look. Now the next thing, we are using dot weather hyphen icon space img. Here we can display none and display not none, I will say rather block, display block, and margin giving 0 space auto. That's for icon. And location icon, if I want to give, then location hyphen icon. This location icon I can say with same width, height. So width I'm giving is 100%. Then height I'm giving 40 pixels. And then we give this option called padding, then 10 pixels. So it's for location icon. Now followed by location icon, we are also giving call location icon img. Okay, dot location hyphen icon space img. Here we're giving the value called display block. Display block width we're giving is called 32 pixels, and then we're looking forward for margin. Margin would be 10 pixels and auto. Then cursor, so cursor will be pointer for sure, and then we require padding. Padding we're looking forward for 5 pixels, followed by border. Border we are looking forward for steel blue solid and 2 pixels. Then border radius, we're looking forward for 10 pixels, and followed by your color steel blue. So these are the look and feel we have to basically offer it for my current application, which I yet to discuss in my next development. Then I'll be having some small properties here. Okay, and those properties are nothing but to give you the details of like temperature values. So we say dot temperature hyphen value. Okay, this temperature hyphen value we can give width is 100% and height we're giving this called 60 pixels. Okay, this is for temperature value. Let me copy this again, and I'm giving this temperature value space paragraph. Here I'm gonna give padding 0, margin 0. Then color, which color you're looking forward for, so we can just say dark gray. Okay, for any color which you're looking forward for, it's up to you now, but if you want you can change the color also to the another one. We're giving this call hash 293 Okay, 251. Okay, that is a more perfect color for this development. Now font size 4 EM, then followed by text align, and once again center. So this is for temperature value P. We haven't used much, but you can see now it looks somewhere in much more better way. Okay, that is called temperature value P. Then you can use a temperature value span here, dot temperature value span space span, and here we'll remove the additional dot. Now within this span, say color, once again same, and font size this is for span, and in the same temperature description paragraph you can use it dot temperature hyphen description space P. So this will be having the padding of 8 pixels, then margin 0, followed by color, same color, the one which we have used it earlier, after this color just a text align, center, font size 1.2 EM. This is for temperature description. Okay, last which is available for your location. So let me give the location now, dot location space P. Here we can say margin 0, then padding 0, then color, same color I would like to use. After this color, text align and font size. I'll copy, text align center, and here we'll be giving some different value called 0.8. Okay, and last which is left with called div. In that relative, here position I'll be using absolute, top, from top I'm using 600 pixels. Okay, and right I'm using 120 pixels. That's it. Okay, so all set. So you can see now here we have to basically offer the details how my pictures will be taken it up. So this is what my CSS. Now we'll be applying some of the CSS into my HTML to see how it really looks like it.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Okay, so we have seen some of the CSS classes we have introduced. In my HTML, we have used this autocomplete equal to off, then we have used div class equal to temperature value. Okay, if you just check carefully, we have used this temperature, and div we have used temperature hyphen value. But before that, we would like to use some other properties too. Okay, after this autocomplete equal to off, we want to use another div class. Okay, before my previous div tag is closed here. So here, after this, we would like to use another div tag, div. Here in my div, I'll say class equal to location hyphen icon. location hyphen icon. Okay, and here I'll be using img src equal to what? Under icons I'm using the file name called location.png, and alt equal to, we leave it as it is, a blank. Okay, now here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, now there's another div tag is getting closed here. So two div tags are closed. After that we'll be using another div class for notification. Here div class equal to notification, div class equal to notification, and this div tag is getting closed right here. Okay, now another div for the weather condition, another div tag, and here we say class equal to weather hyphen condition. Weather hyphen what? A condition, or I can say weather hyphen container, whichever. So I can say weather hyphen container. Under this weather container I like to use another div for weather icon, div for class equal to weather hyphen icon, weather hyphen icon, and within this I want to use another img src equal to, once again, icons slash unknown dot png. Okay, div tag is getting closed. So after this div tag is closed, I'm going to use temperature value. So the temperature value is anyways used here. If you see, using call temperature value after the first div tag is closed, you see like temperature value we have used. After that the paragraph tag and the temperature hyphen description p. After the p there's a div tag is getting closed. Okay, and after this we are using div class equal to location. So we want to use div class equal to location, and within this location we want to use one more paragraph tag with this hyphen. After this paragraph it's closed, this div tag, and another div tag. 3 div tags are closed. That's it. And at the last, before my body tag is closed, I would like to use script src equal to app.js. That's it. Let's check. Great, my application looks pretty beautiful now. So this I want to be displayed only when I don't find the weather and the location and all. So look and feel is absolutely good, and now I'll start working on my JavaScript front. Okay, so let's go ahead and start writing our JavaScript code. So in just JavaScript code, first of all, I need few things. First thing what I need is call individual elements or individual properties of my application. I need const icon element equal to document dot query selector, and I'll be using the name call dot weather hyphen icon. Okay, now copy this, now we will call icon element, we can say location icon, call location icon. Here we are saying dot location hyphen icon. Now next I need it is called temp element. Here we're using the property called dot temperature hyphen value space p. Next we're looking forward for DESC element, which is called description. Here we're giving temperature hyphen description hyphen temperature hyphen description space what p. Then location element okay, we need a location element and we use dot location space p. Next we need notification element and here we're going to give the call notification. So 4 properties we have taken. So we are selecting all the elements. Next statement what we're going to talk about. See, this statement is all about selecting the elements. The next step we are talking about call get the input field. So we are saying var input equal to document dot get element by id. Here we give the name called search, which is the name or id of my text box. Let city equal to blank. Next we're going to give call let latitude equal to 0.0. We are initializing this value, and let longitude equal to again 0.0. So we are getting the coordinates right now. So this is how to get the input fields. Next we want to apply the events here. We are saying input the variable dot add event listener. The variable what we're talking about, which event listener we're talking about, key up, and what event you want to apply. So we are saying function with a parameter name called what, event, and now we would like to attach the logic. Now we are saying if what is the condition, event dot key code equal to 30. Okay, then that means number 13 is basically the enter. See, the key code means what, 13 represent the enter keyword. So event dot key code equal to what, 13. So we are saying event dot prevent default. Why we are using this? Because I do not want my page to be get refreshed. Just to avoid this, we are using this. And after that we are saying city equal to input dot value. Now you'll be using this another function because I do not have function created. Otherwise I have to call the function name called get search weather and be passing this as a parameter. So we are using get search weather. I do not have this function, I yet to create this, and pass it here as a what, city, and we say console dot log city, whatever we are basically printing it. Okay, so that is the first thing. Later on we need to get the data. So to get the data we are just using this variable name called const weather equal to curly braces. After that we are saying weather dot temperature equal to this, and which temperature conditions you want. I'm saying unit of type what, Celsius. I want in a Celsius, put it in double quotes. Okay, so next statement will be getting the details in Kelvin. I'm saying const Kelvin equal to value of the Kelvin is what, 273, and after that const C. Ultimately what we need is we need to interact with our backend API from where I will get or receive the updated weather applications. Okay, now to get this I'll be using one very popular API here that is known as called openweathermap.org. This is one very popular app which people use it, and it's used and trusted by many companies. Clear? So here what you can do, this openweathermap.org, so you need to basically first of all get yourself registered, because if any third-party application is interacting, it requires that particular unique API key. Since as a visitor you really can't get it unless you register yourself, so I have my API key with me, so I'll go here. It'll ask me for the registration. So I already signed up, so if you're not, you need to sign it. There's an API key for me which I need to copy, and this API key I'll be using it in my project. So I just use this property called const key equal to paste my key here. Okay, after this pasting the key, but make sure that you're rather using my key, you use your key, otherwise this application sometimes won't work. So I'm basically trying to use this tool name called geolocation. I'm saying if geolocation, okay, in navigator is, there's a browser object model element. So here we are using navigator, okay, navigator dot geolocation dot get current position, in which I'll be passing the first parameter name called what, set position, and second parameter will be show error, in case if any error is received. Okay, else, in this else condition what would happen, I'm using this statement name called notification element. You see this notification element dot style dot notification element dot get elements by class name, but I don't need this, rather I will use what, the style dot display equal to block. Then I'll be using the same notification element dot inner HTML equal to, you're gonna use a paragraph saying what, browser doesn't support, so you have to enable the current location of yours. Okay, that's where exactly. So after that we have to basically set what, the user position. Okay, if the user is having that support available. So after this location we'll be just using another function here, function set position. It will, I'll be taking position as a parameter and take latitude equal to position dot chords for coordinates dot latitude, okay, like that, longitude equal to what, position dot chords dot longitude. After this, we'll be using this function called what? Get weather. So this get weather will be the function in which you will be passing it. So this function will be soon seen. I'll be having it defined below. But as of now, we are just saying get weather, and in which this we are passing latitude and longitude. That's it. So we have this function name called what? Set position, in which we'll be passing all the values. Okay. At the same time, I'll be using one more function here, that is called function. Not function, in fact, I would like to use location icon, the one which you defined at the top, dot add event listener. Which event listener? I'm saying on click. Second function which take event as a parameter, and inside this I'm saying console, just to confirm whether the records are being taken, console.log hey just, and we say get weather. Okay, once again we'll be passing what? Latitude and longitude. Same, I just copy this and pasted it here. Okay everyone, so we have written till here. When I try to run my browser, so I should see there is a message name called show error is not defined. But obvious, because this message what we're writing it here is called show error. Okay, this as a function, as a parameter, it is not defined. Let me define this function called show error. So we are saying function show error, which take error as an, just take error as a parameter. Now in this we are using notification dot style dot display equal to what? Block. After that, once again, notification element dot inner HTML equal to what? We're just using this as a paragraph, and here error dot message. Okay, and after that paragraph. So this is how we are basically writing it down. And now see, it is immediately asking you to know your location. Okay, if I say allow, that's okay. Okay, so nothing. You can see now it is saying get weather is not defined, because right now the moment I click on this, so it is saying like get weather is not defined, but obvious, because I told you this get weather function I need to develop. So I get to develop this function called get weather, but before that I'm using another function called function get search weather. Get search weather, in which I'll be passing what? City name. Now what exactly my API will be, in case if I want to make a call, I will be using let API equal to, now the URL will be what? http://API dot open weathermap.org. Now open weathermap.org slash data slash 2.5, that is a version, slash weather, okay, question mark. I have to take the city dynamically, so I'm saying weather question mark q equal to, here we're using what? City, and we're using ampersand app id equal to the one app id we have used it already. Okay, what is that? That key. So that is a key which we've already written. That app id we are passing it right over here. Okay, Q equal to city and app ID equal to this. Now after that, to make the RESTful API call, I'll be using one independent or by default API which is available to us, that is known as called what? Fetch. Okay, so if you just check this fetch, it is basically a take request info and give you the what? A promise response. So return type will be the promise type. In this fetch, I'll be passing what? The API, and we'll be using dot then. Then means if the request is successful, we are saying function response. Then function is a parameter response. We are saying let data equal to response dot. I'm expecting the response of type of what? JSON. We're saying JSON now, and return what? Data. So it will be returning data back to me. Now if it is successful, then what? Then I'm saying dot. Then once again it is chaining, again function, again data as a parameter. Now in this case we'll be getting a lot of things. I'm saying weather, okay, dot temperature, it's a predefined, dot value equal to, I'm using what? Math dot floor. Inside this we are passing what? Data dot main dot temp. It is a predefined property. We are receiving it now. Hyphen Kelvin. Whatever the Kelvin value is, basically we're taking is called 273 on the top minus Kelvin, followed by another property, what? Weather dot description, weather dot description equal to, we're using data dot weather 0th position because it contains a lot of data, but I will be taking what? Description out of that. Then weather dot icon ID, weather dot icon ID equal to data dot weather dot icon, then dot icon. Then once again weather dot city, okay, equal to data dot name. After this weather dot country dot equal to data dot sys dot. So these are the properties. I have it right now with me. Okay, and once I received all the property, I'll be using dot, then I'll be using one function, and I will say what? Display. There is no function written called display weather, but I'm gonna say there's a one function name called display weather. This function I yet to write, but this function I'm just putting it here. Okay, now this is closed. After that, since I need to get a weather from the API provider, so I have to also pass what? The latitude and longitude, which I'm receiving it from the client, because here I just want to have two things, the properties as well as weather, both, and both I'll be using it one by one. Okay, so here we have kept this get search weather, and now I'll be calling one more function after this logic, and I'm giving the name called function get weather. Okay, it takes two parameters. One is called what? Latitude, and second is called longitude. So we have two things called latitude and longitude, and here I'm using this property called what? Let API equal to. Once again, if you remember, I've used this statement. I'll just copy the same and pass it here. But challenge would be this time I will not be passing city name, because there are two options are available. Either you type the city name or else you click on the icon and let your application identify the location which you belong to. So after this weather, question mark, here I will not be using Q, I will be using what? LAT equal to latitude, okay, and we're using and LON equal to we're using longitude, okay, and app ID equal to what? Key. So this is the variable which we have it now, okay. Now similar thing which we have used it on the top, okay, called fetch API. So I just copy this same fetch API again because I really don't want to waste time on keep on typing the code. When we know it very well, it can be similarly done. I just copy and paste it here. So the same fetch API dot then response data equal to response dot JSON return data, then weather dot temperature mat dot floor says country dot display weather. So we have used the same thing here, and after that we have to use the last function here that is called display weather. Display weather, and here in my display weather I can use what? Icon element dot inner HTML equal to, I'll be using img src equal to icons slash dollar, and we'll be passing what? Weather, okay, dot icon ID, okay, dot png, okay. So that we are basically putting it here, dot png, and after that we're just closing that, okay. And this icon we also needs to close here, so rather than closing this I'll be closing that, and this I'll be closing it here. Now we'll be using temp element dot inner HTML equal to what? We'll be using this dollar weather dot temperature dot value, okay. And after this value we can just use this asterisk sign, the one which I told you, okay, and use span, okay. Next we are using called talk element, so we have DAC element, so we have called DAC element dot inner HTML equal to weather dot description, and last but not least location element dot inner HTML equal to what? I'll be using once again this, and here weather dot city comma dollar weather dot, that's it. These two properties we have to use it, and we are all done. Let's check with my code if I get any error. Now allow, so awesome, you can see now 27 broken clouds, globe undefined, that's perfectly fine. Intercity, you can see, awesome, beautifully it is showing you the conditions. It's saying smoke 28 degrees centigrade and all. Let me put another city here. I'm gonna say called Pune. Awesome. Your application is working perfectly fine. And let's see one more. I would say awesome.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
And now we are planning to develop one very special game for you in JavaScript. And now it's time to talk about another very interesting game that is known called Tic-tac. Tic-tac-toe is world's favorite game. We have already played a lot in our childhood days and it's still my favorite game. So I have decided to basically offer you this tic-tac-toe game developed in JavaScript, HTML plus CSS, which can create something really very great effects for the end users. So let's go and start developing our next game that's called tic-tac-toe. So in this tic-tac-toe, I will start working with creating a folder called tic-tac, and inside this I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Now here onwards the same thing, I'll be creating this HTML tags, and now here onwards we want our some classes for headers and footer, but so we're going to create some div tag now. So in this div tag I'll be creating some of the tags in which the CSS class will be applied. So we're just going to create a classes. We're going to just use those classes, but we'll create it later on. So just go ahead and create those. So we are saying div. Okay. So now this point onwards, this is my first div tag. Inside this, I'll keep my h1 tag, and under this h1, I will be offering some of the headings which will be useful to contain some necessary information with regards to this game. So div, here we say h1. And inside this h1 we give the message called class equal to header, and here I'll give the name called is a tic-tac-toe game. After this div class, here we will start working with our form tag. Within my form tag I will start my div. After div tag, I will use label. So label for player 1, or else I can say player 1, and inside this let's give the name called player 1. Label is closed, and after this label we'll start working with our input tag. Input. Now in this input, what are the details I need? First I need called type equal to text number 1. Second, placeholder equal to enter name. Next, name equal to player 1. Next we want id equal to player 1, and then any class if I want to apply. Anyways, we're going to close this. This is my first text box, and same thing I would like to create for my another one. So the first div tag we have used, let me go and create another div tag. In this div tag, I'll use the same label, copy the same, paste it here, and this is for player 2. So we have this 2 players with me, and after this div tag, I'll offer the submit button now. Input tab to submit. Start game. Now the form tag is closed here. Div tag is also closed. So you want the div tag to be closed or before that, that's up to you now. So here we have a called div class. whichever we have taken. So if you want, you can basically put it later or before, whatever. So we have a basically form tag with us. So form tag is there. Later on you can just show some containers where the details will be visible to me. So here after the form tag, let me try to offer, but first check whether it is really working fine. So here we have this option called enter name after this tic-tac-toe. So so here the details we have taken, input applicable text and input applicable text. Okay, so two values we are taking now, and accordingly we will go ahead now. Finally, after the form tag, we would like to start with working with the div tag again, div, and inside this div, since I haven't created any CSS classes, so those we can use it little later on, but let's have this div, and inside this div I would like to use one more div tag. Okay, and here we want to use one more div tag. So inside this div we will be using one more div tag. So in this div we can just give the value called data id equal to 0, id equal to 0. It's just the value we're passing it. Div data id equal to 0. The div tag is getting closed. Fine. So that's how we want it now. So here the first div tag is closed. Like that we can create another data id. So 0, 1, 2, total number of 3 we want to create it. So I want to create 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. So the way we have created here, for this div, let's go and create one more div tag, id equal to 1, 2. 3 options we have it now. Okay, like that I can keep on creating the others also. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total number of 5 we have created. One more I would like to create it now here for 6. There will be no difference because we haven't changed anything here. Okay, so the div tag is getting closed here. Okay, and that's it. And if you want to create some clear board or button, that you can basically offer it a little later on, but here we can use one more div, and here we say div class equal to relative, and within this div tag I can use any image tag if I want. So I just leave it as it is, and after this I can create one more div tag, and inside this another div, okay, and under this I'm going to create a button. Okay, and in this button we'll be having some value. Okay, we can give the value name called replay. This button is created, and now we can create a clear board span, and here is a clear board. That's it. Okay, so here is just a small game I want to develop it. Better. Now there's no user interface has been used, so this user interface will be using it later on by offering them a pure look and feel, so that it gives me more better look when your application will start. But most importantly, I need to start working with the JavaScript part where the logic will get calculated here. Okay, so we want to start with the JavaScript, so let's get included the JavaScript in my code. So here I can say here script tag, script equal to, now the file I haven't created, so let it be as it is. That's it. So this is my script tag, and let me try to include my style sheet also. So I just say link rel equals style sheet and give the name called app.css, though I haven't created, but I'm giving it. Okay, that's it. So we have taken this HTML into our consideration. Now we'll be creating this CSS as well as the JavaScript to make this example complete. Well, we are ready with our HTML. Now it's time to basically go back and spend time on our JavaScript. So we're going to create a new file now with the name called app.js, and inside this we will start writing the logic with our main application. Okay, now the first thing is how we're going to start now. Yeah, so first thing what we need to do is we need to attach window dot add event listener, and when the window will load, some logic should happen. So I'm saying load. Second is the name of the function. So the name of the function perhaps does not exist, but I can give the name called app, which I'm going to create it shortly. Now here, first of all, let me try to create a game board. I'm saying let game board equal to, now let me have some of the values because it is 8-digit, so we just make it like that, and one more for making it 9. Okay, so that's how we're going to create it now. Okay, now this is all empty right now. After that, we're going to create let turn, just a new variable, equal to 0. What this is, it keep tracking if X or 0 player its turn, like which player turns it to be, so just it is trying to mention it. Now I'm saying let winner equal to false. Okay, now let's go and create the player. So create player. How are you going to create a player? We say const player equal to what we're going to pass, name. Okay, equal to, now inside this we can say name equal to name. Next we say return name. That's it. Okay, after that I'm defining let player x equal to player with the empty value, and again player y equal to player as an empty value. Now let's try to initialize the app. Okay, initialize the app. Now inside this initialize the app, we're going to create a new function app, and inside this we're going to create a variable like by saying let input field equal to, first of all, document dot get element by id. Here we're going to take the class name of this particular text field, so we are saying input hyphen field. Okay, dot focus. Okay, now after this we have to say const add players equal to, once again, document dot get element by id. We'll just give the name called player form. Okay, next we are saying add player. Okay, dot add event listener. We want to attach the event. On which event? Submit event. And what logic? Add players. Okay, after that, once the players are added, we are saying let replay button equal to, once again, document dot get element by id, or rather I will say document dot query selector. Document dot query selector replay btn. Okay, it will be just the name. We are basically taking that, and here we say replay button dot add event listener. Which event I want to say? Click. Okay, that is the first event. Second, reset board. Reset board. That we are basically passing that. Okay, now this is the initial case which we have it. Now beyond that, I will add, this is the players what we have added it right now. It slides to add the players. So this is how we have initialized. After that, let's add players. How to basically add the players? Here we have to just define the function add players. Okay, it will take event as a parameter and say event dot prevent default. This prevent default will try to prevent the default behavior which is submitting to be get avoided. And now here we say if this dot player 1, so we just define the property called player 1. If this dot player 1 dot what value, okay, is blank, okay, or this dot player 2, this dot player 2. Now I just want to find it out its value also. Value blank. Then what I should do? In this case I'm saying alert, you must enter the name for each field. The user has to add the values, and after that return. Okay, now the next thing is like we would like to select the players in this inside this by saying const player form container. Again, const player from container equal to document dot query selector. Document dot query selector. Here we will just pass the value called enter hyphen players. Okay, now we say const board main equal to document dot once again query selector board underscore main. Okay, after that player form container dot class list dot class list dot add. Here we're giving the name called what? Height container. Height hyphen container. And after that you just say board main dot class list dot remove height hyphen container. Okay, so we have basically taken that. And after this, what I will do, I'll just say player x dot name equal to this dot player 1 dot value. Okay, this for player x. Copy this. Player y 2. And after that, that's it. So we have done it now. So we'll be calling other functions one by one, but that is the first thing which we have implemented. Well, so add player function is added right now, and after this add player we have to basically call one more, that is called, which returns the current player. So I'm saying return current player, and here what I will do is we'll just write function, and here we say current player, and in this current player what we will do is we will say return turn just variable, okay, percentile 2, we're just adding it with this 0. Okay, if it is, then x turn, I'm telling you, okay, or else so we are adding like the current player. Who says the current player right now? Well, after this adding the return current player, we're going to add another function that is known as called return the current player. Return current player is having this value, and after that we need to say resize the square in event browser is resized. Once again, if the browser is getting resized, automatically the square size of your tic-tac-toe should also get increased. So we just say resize squares, and here we're gonna say this option equal window dot add event listener. Now we have a call option called resize here, and the second parameter what we are passing is called on resize. Okay, on resize. Now let's try to add it. After this we are writing this function called function on resize. That is the function name for me, the one which you are passing into the second parameter. We are saying let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. In this we are passing board underscore cell. Okay, and then we are using another option called what? Let cell height equal to all cells with the position, okay, dot offset width. Offset width. After that we are saying all cells dot for each. Here we are passing cell, and after that we are using cell dot style dot height equal to, now here we are using this backtick and use this dollar sign and say cell height, and that too in a pixel. So this will be taking the dynamic values. Okay, that's it over. Now we have to just launch our build board. Now build board. So how are we gonna build our board now? For this we are saying function build board, and inside this build board we will see this option called let reset container equal to document dot, once again query selector, and pass the value called dot reset. Okay, and after that we are saying reset container dot class list dot remove, and we are passing the value called reset hyphen hidden, this value. And after that we may call some other type of functions also. Okay, so for those functions I can say first will be called on resize. After that we are calling add cell click listener, but I do not have that function with me. So these functions we need to create it by our own. Okay, so we will just leave those for a time being. Let's go back and create another functions now. So we just want to write another event with cell click event for player to attempt to make move. So here we are trying to say cell click event for player to attempt to make move. Now this function we need to create it, so we just say function now. We just say function and give the name of the function to make move now. Function make move. It takes event as a parameter, and here we are saying console.log and say turn. Now let's go back and try to check the another condition, that is called let current cell equal to %, because you have to read the value from there, and here we are saying what, event dot current target, sorry, event dot current target dot first element child, okay, dot dataset dot id. So we're reading these values. After that we use another variable called let cell to add token. Now here we are typing document dot query selector, and here in using backtick I'm using this value called data hyphen id, okay, equal to, here we are using once again in a single quotes dollar current cell Okay, so this value we are taking it like that. After that, we are using this situation called if cell to add token dot inner HTML exclamatory mark blank. Once again, if cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what next? So cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what you should do? I'm saying console dot log and give the value the one which you want. Okay, so in this console.log, what value we can give it? Cell to add token, we have it. It is taking this value to the current cell dot inner HTML console.log, and inside my console.log we can say this cell is already taken. So values are already taken for this, and now we will be returning those values. After that, we will be using else condition, and here we use once again if current player, okay, is X, then we'll be using this option called cell. See, we have this property option available called cell to add token. So we are saying cell to add token, okay, dot text content equal to current player. Okay, and we say game board, the one which you have created, pass in this game board this value called current cell, and in this current cell value will be equal to X. Okay, else we can say cell to add token dot text content equal to current player, okay, and say game board current cell equal to like this. Okay, so here we are adding the values like that. So it is closed. After that, we can just use the function name called isWinner to check whether the user is winner or not. So we are saying is winner, okay, and after that we are saying turn plus plus. After that we are saying change. We do not have the function name called change board header names. Okay, so it's just like that we're giving it. So as usual, we can leave this function for a time being, and we'll call this little later on. So leave it as a for a time being. Okay, so your function is now ready. So the next thing what we need to check whether it is tie or not. Okay, so we are saying function check if tie. We're just checking the function whether this game is tie or not. So here we say if the condition is turn greater than 7, alert, game over. Okay, we can say game over, or we can say a tie. Okay, well, after that we are saying winner. Function is winner. Now what we will check is we will check const winning sequences. Winning sequences, and here we are having this array and having the different conditions associated. We say 0, 1, 2, probability we are checking it, and then I just copy it. Well, we are saying 0, 1, 2, and here we are saying 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 0, 3, 6 again. 0, 3, 6, and once again 1, 4, 7, 4, 7, and next we have a call 258, 8. Then we are checking the value called 048, 8, and one more last option we'll put is called 246, 6. So these conditions we are adding it now. After this array, we can say winning sequences dot for each and give the name called winning combos. Winning combos. And inside this winning combos, we are giving let cell1 equal to winning combos position 0. Then let copy and paste 3 times cell 2, cell 3, and here we get the value called what? 1, 2. 3 values we're giving it, and after that we are checking the condition. Let's say if, and here the conditions we are checking. What exactly that will be? For the game board, we are saying game board cell 1, current player ampersand come down, game board cell 2. I just also copy this the same line and paste it multiple times. Now here we are checking the condition for cell 2 and cell 3 and cell 3, and after that we are starting the position. So after that we are starting the position call by calling this condition call const cells and then equal to document dot get element by document dot query selector all, and here let's select the position dot board underscore cell. Okay, then after that we will be using cells dot for each cell, and inside is what we are passing. We are saying let cell id equal to cell dot first element child. Okay, dot dataset dot id. So this is the value which we are basically adding it now, and we are using one more if condition. We are saying if cell id, now we are talking about call cell id triple equal to cell 1 or cell id cell 2 or cell id equal to cell 3. Okay, and in that case we can use cell dot class list dot add, give the name called board, just give the class name winner. So here we'll be giving the winner, and a part of that we can use the other conditions too. Okay, so here it is adding the value, and now let's say let current player equal to document dot get element by id. So you can basically define it. So current player you want, so we can use the current player or whichever conditions you want. So here we use what? The cell winner. Now small change, rather than using current player we can use the current player text. The new variable we are creating it, current player text document dot, rather than saying get element by id we can say query selector, and in this query selector we'll be giving the value by saying dot board player hyphen term, the value which we are giving it here. And that query selector value whichever you given this, let me try to put it in a parenthesis like this. Okay, now here we just check if current player x, then what? Then in this case we can say current player, whatever the value we are using, current player text dot inner HTML equal to, now we can define the value whichever you want to offer it. We just use a condition called div class equal to okay, so we are saying congratulations. Okay, and here we say congratulations along with dollar sign, and here we pass player I dot name, and here the div tag is getting closed like this. Okay, so that's the message we are basically printing it, and after that we give this value and say this message called winner equal to true, and after that if you want to apply remove that function we haven't written, we'll be talking about a little later on, and just say return true again. So your function is ready now, and later on we can just check the condition if winner, if winner, or we can say check if tie and return false. That's it. Now in a continuation to this example, we're gonna develop another function which the name is called change board header names. So let's continue by defining the new function called function change board header names. So this change board header names will be the new function for us, and here we would like to check whether the user is winner or not. So here we say if not winner, then what? Then in that case we have to say let current player text equal to document dot query selector. In this we'll be getting the details like dot board, and here we're gonna give the name called player and hyphen turn. Player hyphen turn. Now later on, after this particular variable, we have to just check the condition by saying if current player equal to x, if the position is x, sorry, let me try to put it in capital letter here, x, then we have to say current player dot inner HTML equal to, now here we have to just use the same option called backticks because I want to go multi-lines. That's the benefit of this backtick. And here we say in our inner HTML span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style, close this, and here we want to use the statement. Now this value we want to write it with name attribute, so it is getting closed, and here we are saying dollar with this player x dot name, and then close the span tag, and we say you are up, like this. And after that we say div class equal to, we're just going to create a class which later on we can apply the CSS style on the top of that, u hyphen r hyphen winner, and here we say closing the div tag. So the div tag is closed. That's it. And now after this line, what next we have this called else condition. Else. What else? Here we say current player text dot inner HTML equal to, after this we're going to write the span class equal to, here we say name hyphen hyphen, same option we're going to use it. So in this condition, so winner conditions, so let me try to copy the same rather than copying it again and again. I'll just copy the whole text. Span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style player, rather than saying x we have to use y, you are up, you are winner. Okay, so here it's getting closed. Well, after this what we have to do, create another function called reset board. Function reset board. Now in this function reset board we just say console.log a small message resetting is added. Now afterwards we will be using the game board, and the same game board what we have used it earlier, I'll be using the same conditions. On the top, if you remember, that was the game board for me, so I'll be using the same game board. Let me copy this, yeah, with the same condition. Okay, game board equal to this. After that line we will say let cell to add token, cell to add token equal to document dot query selector all. Here in this I'll be using another class called letter. Now cell to add token, whichever we've used, dot for each square, and within this square we would like to use square dot text content equal to blank. After that, square dot parent element dot class list dot remove, and here we would like to say board, okay, underscore cell winner. So these classes we yet to create, because these CSS classes we are just using this, but we haven't created. We'll be using it little later on. So that was the point. Now after that, we are defining the turn value, turn equal to 0, because we are resetting it, and winner equal to false. After that, winner equal to false, we just define another variable called define let current player text equal to document dot query selector all. Document query selector all. So here we're going to use the name called board, define player hyphen turn, after that current player text dot inner HTML equal to, once again we have to use the condition for up and winner point. So let me try to copy this. Inner HTML equal to, okay, and in this we have to say player x dot name. Okay, just everything is same, no change at all. Okay, now here after that we're gonna write one more function called function add cell click listener. That means when I will be adding or clicking something to my cell, what kind of event I would like to listen. Here we are saying const cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's check the condition board cell, and here once again we say cells dot for each dot for each, and here we say cell dot add event listener, which event I want to listen, click, and the second parameter will be handler, once call make move. Okay, and this function which we have created called add cell clicks listener, okay, this I'll be calling it here. Perfect. Later on, once it is done, let's try to add one more function called function remove cell click listener. Remove cell click listener. Now here we say let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's pass board cell, and now we say all cells dot for each cell, and here we say cell dot remove event listener, which event click, and second parameter will be make. That's it. So friends, now here most of our JavaScript code is written now. So going forward, we would like to use CSS, and finally we'll be applying everything into our HTML file. Well, after the JavaScript file is ready towards my application, now it's time to go and create our HTML file now. Sorry, the CSS. So inside my Tic-tac, I have got app.js and index.html ready. Now here I'm going to create another file here called app.css. See, you can basically put this app.css in any other folder like in static folder, but I have just kept it outside. Now from this point onwards, I would like to start with my basic functionalities. Okay, what those are? Let's start with the first feature called body. With my body, some basic settings I would like to do, like in background image, background color. So I just start with background color. Background color, I can just use it as a white. Okay, but I don't think so it's really needed it. So if you want, you can have it. Otherwise, leave this background color because it is by default going to be white only. And now, next would be called height. Height will be 800 pixels. Next, background position. Background position, I just say like center. Next, background repeat, in case if you do not want to repeat the image. Background repeat, and here I say no repeat. Next, background size. Here we are saying cover. Okay, so it resizes the background image to cover the entire container. Okay, so that's what the body part. Now the next thing is we have to select the rest of the CSS classes. So first select div dot relative. Inside this div dot relative is first say called position. Position we are saying absolute. Next is top. From the top I'm just making 760 pixels. Next right. Right we are just saying 120 pixels. Next, after this we are saying height container, height dot container, or sorry, height hyphen container. Here in height hyphen container we will display colon none. Well, after that we have to use the header point. Header. Inside this header we will say color will be by default white, but still we just say color and white. Next text line we just say center. Next margin will be 15 pixels. Next, font family. Font family I'm selecting called permanent marker. Permanent marker. Okay, next class we are talking about called interplayer. That's called dot inter hyphen players. Now in inter hyphen players we will say color. Will once again we can use any other color, but we can just use white or any color you want, or else you can just use hash. Okay, margin we are giving it's called 0. Auto width we are looking forward for 80%. Next, text align center, position, relative. Now, next we're going forward for input field. In this input field, we just say border 2 pixels, solid and black. Next, outline none. I do not want any outline to be there. Next, padding, I can take 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Now margin, we are saying 0, 0, 10 pixels. Okay, and finally 4 pixels. After this margin, we say font size 18 pixels. Okay, so that is your input field. Next, we are talking about something called input field focus. Input hyphen field, okay, colon focus. Now here, border 2 pixel, solid, red, or any other color which you want to use it. Next, how you want your submit button to be. So I'm saying dot submit hyphen btn, border 2 pixels, solid and black, padding 8 pixels and again 8 pixels, font size 18 pixels. Now width 250 pixels, followed by border radius 5 pixels. Next, your margin from top, let's take 10 pixels. After that, background color, let's take white only. Okay, so this is the property. Now going forward, you can associate with your submit button active and submit button focus. So we are saying dot submit hyphen btn colon active, and two options we are taking, followed by condition outline none. Next, border, we're talking about called 2 pixels, solid, and the color red. Okay, so that's the one. And after that, we like to use hover dot submit hyphen button colon hover. What you want? Change the background color to what? White. You can use white smoke. Well, here we like to use dot board. Here we'd like to use player hyphen. These are the classes we were using in our JavaScript, we remember. And here we say color we are using once again white, or you can use this white smoke, whichever you want. So, well, later on, text align center, margin 10 pixels, 0 and 10 pixels. Height 54 pixels. Okay, so these are the properties initially we have taken. Okay, so after this turn, let's go and start the another classes here. I'm saying dot name hyphen hyphen style, and here we are saying color red, and then font size 22 pixels. Well, now coming back to the another properties, now we're talking about the next important called border container, called board container. Dot board container. Here we define width, which is 40 pixels we are taking, or sorry, 40% we can rather take. After that, background color, that we can say quadrat blue. Okay, next margin we're taking is a 0 and auto. After that, font size we are taking 0. Next, border we are taking 2 pixels, then solid, and then black, followed by box shadow. We remember this box shadow is one of the very CSS3 popular property. Here we are defining 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGB we can talk about called black. Okay, so my border color will be, shading color will be black. After that, we're offering this board cell dot now in this board cell we are defining width, now in this width we are using calculation CALC, and in this calculation we are defining 100%, okay, divided by 3. This calculation. After this, the next property will be display. Display will be inline block. Next, font size, we're taking 40 pixels. Well, text align, center, border, we are taking 2 pixels, solid, and black. Adding 20 pixels. Vertical align, top. Next, font family. This family I can use permanent markers. Okay, now next option, a part of this, we have a call your board cell will board cell hyphen winner, I would say rather hyphen winner. Now, spelling wrong, this has to be D. Yeah, board cell winner. Let's make background color red. Okay, and Later on, just use letter. Now in this letter, we just give the color combination. So color will be white. Next position, relative, top 50%. Next, transform, translate y to minus 50%. After that, font family, we are making it once again permanent marker. Let me copy. Okay. Now here next option will be called winner container. Here we're giving winner with dot winner hyphen container. Okay, so for this winner container, what are the values we want to use it? That's you want to basically do it. So if for this winner container, what I would rather suggest is you can use dot reset text align center margin 20 pixels up. That is for reset. And now reset hidden. Inside this reset hidden, we will set display none. Display none. Okay. After this, the replay button. Now we're going to talk about replay button dot replay hyphen btn, and here width we make it to 25%. Okay, and followed by padding 10 pixels. We take it from here and 20 pixels. Border, this border we are taking is called 2 pixels, followed by solid, okay, and black color. Now later on, border radius we are taking 5 pixels. Later on, outline, I'm saying none. After this outline, we say letter spacing. Now this letter spacing would be again 0. After that, text transform. This text transform value we are talking about called uppercase. Next, font size. Font size, we are taking 16 pixels. Then margin top. Margin top would be 12 pixels. Then word spacing, that you are taking 3 pixels, followed by background color. This you are taking white as usual. So this is for your replay button. Okay. Now in a similar line, we can also have call dot replay hyphen btn colon hover, followed by dot replay hyphen active. Now apply the common style outline. We are making it null. Then color, we are making it as called white. Then background color will be black. Okay, and when it comes to the congratulations, So we'll be using this dot. Okay, so this congratulations class will be using font size to what, 24 pixels, and after this we are using this call winner dot u hyphen r dot winner. In this winner we'll be taking font size, okay, that's 18 pixels. After that height we are taking 18 pixels again. Then line height we are taking 18 pixels, and then margin 2 pixels, and then 0. Okay, that's it. So last but not least, we would like to use this dot replay hyphen btn. This I'm saying width 50%. 50%. So this is what my CSS file is all set. I know it was pretty lengthy, but it is required for this particular application. Okay everyone, so we are all ready with our CSS also. Now it's time to go back to our index.html file and take care about the final finishing touch. So we have this index.html file with us, and now the CSS class which we were using it in our application, that is known as called this permanent marker, this class is not by default available, so we have to include this using this external API. So here where we have a call CSS with us, before that we want link. So within this link we want a one variable name called href equal to, now we have to give the proper location by saying https://fonts dot google apis okay .com/css question mark family equal to permanent plus marker. Okay, so if you just copy this into your browser, you will get to know where exactly it is using. Okay, if I just copy and paste it, so I just need to say https before, yeah, https fonts dot googleapis.com/ oh, spelling wrong, css family equal to permanent marker. That is the main URL from where I can take this kind of font. So here CSS, so that's what I was cross verifying it. Well, it's there, we have included our CSS also, but in which class we need to use, that is an important now. JS, I also want to include it. So here in my head tag only, I would like to include script src equal to app.js. So here my script is actually loaded now. After that, if I just go back and check the final outcome of my code, which is index.html file, well, it pretty much look like in basic. Nothing else has started when we talk about called start game. Okay, so it needs to start because there is no CSS class are attached. So I need to attach those classes within my code. So here onwards, we have to start with offering those CSS classes so that at least I can apply those common behaviors to my application. Okay, like here we have a call div. We haven't attached any class to this. After this body, we have a call div h1 class equal to header tic-tac-toe. Then we have a call div. We have a call body. Under this we have a call another div tag. So just imagine how many type of classes are available. One, we have a call div class equal to header. Div class is closed. Again we have a call one more div tag. So like that, multiple CSS files are there where we have to apply the new CSS class to make it happen. So now we have to just go back and change our HTML and to apply our main class. So this is what my final HTML, which looks like the same. You can see we have added all those type of CSS classes which we had, that is called enter player, player form, player container, label, placeholder, and player container. And if you see, all different type of classes we have attached this to. Okay, because here only my CSS class will get applied, and the JavaScript will apply those kind of dynamic CSS based on certain conditions. So these CSS classes are already there, added inside your HTML page. Our app CSS is ready, app.js is also ready. Now let's go back and try to reveal how it looks like. Awesome. So it looks like pretty nice. Tic-tac-toe is a game. It is expecting. When I say start game, it says you must enter a name for each field. Validation is working. Let me try to add 2 names and say start game. Awesome. So now you can see it is saying, hey, you are up. Now let me try to give the values. Awesome. Now you can see it's saying like, hey, you are a winner. Great. So guys, congratulations on this, the first example of how the tic-tac-toe game is used. So it is a classical example of CSS, JavaScript and HTML together. So this time we're going to talk about our next very interesting feature that is known as called dealing with another example that is called snake game. So snake game is one of the very powerful example which I'm going to share with you, which will help you to understand like how we offer a very simplest way of developing a mini project. Okay, that is something which is a snake game. Let's see how the snake game is important and how we're going to deal with this. These are our previous examples which we have seen, which I will call a project which we have created, that is called quiz application. And now we're going to start working with our new project. Now here, first of all, I'm going to create a new folder that is called snake game. And inside this snake game, we need some new folders. First folder I'm going to create it inside this, that is called images. And within this snake games, I'm going to create few new files that is called index.html. And here I'm going to create a new file name called app.js. And at the same time, I'll be having some of the CSS files if I need, so I can say app.css. So total number of 3 files I have it now. Let me close down all the files whichever I have opened it earlier. So now that looks cleaner approach. So this is a snake game for us from where we need to start. And we have a called index.html file. And here I will, as usual, create our basic HTML syntax. And here I would like to include our script tag, script src equal to app.js. That's it. And now going forward, we will start developing our next implementation of snake game. Now inside my body tag, I would like to have some basic property called speed. Okay, and later on I'll be taking the input from the client. So we are saying input type equal to. So here we can justify the speed, and we can give id equal to game speed, and followed by value equal to we can give the value called 5, initial value, and min equal to 1, that is the minimum value, and max equal to 9. That is the maximum and minimum value we can offer. Beyond that, I won't allow the users to go. And step, that means the increment value, that is 1. Well, that is the input type. And now another input, we are taking input type equal to button, and value equal to start, and then id equal to game start. Okay, so we're giving these values. After that, I can give some breaks. So 2 breaks we are giving it, and start working with the div tag now. And in this div tag, I'll be using the canvas. It is a HTML5 feature. We use canvas, and I just give id equal to game area. That is the canvas. And after this canvas, we will, the div tag is closed here. After the div tag, I can use another div tag, div. Here I can say class equal to, I may not have any class written, but I can say class equal to relative. So later on, if I want to apply any CSS style, I can certainly apply. And after that, I can offer the images. Okay, so I may not have any images right now, so I just leave this image blank right now. Okay, and this script src, I'll load it only before my body tag get closed. It is always a good practice to keeping this script tag on a bottom of the body tag, always designed for good practice. Now this is almost ready for me. Let me check. Okay, so I can see values. Now it will go maximum 9, that is how we have given, and minimum is 1. Start is the button which is not doing anything, but later on we can allow some logic inside this. Now we have to start working with our main JavaScript tag. This is my app.js, and here onwards we will use some of the properties, okay, which I want to initialize it. So we are saying var game start equal to null, initialized. Second, game speed equal to null. Next, game area equal to null. Game area context equal to null. Then game area width equal to 0, that is integer value. Game area height equal to 0 again. Then cell width equal to 0. Play score equal to 0 again. Next, snake equal to null. Next, snake food equal to null. Next, snake direction equal to null. Snake speed, or else I can say speed size equal to 0. Next we have a timer equal to null. So these number of properties we have initialized. Okay, now after that we will be writing a function by saying function name is called initialize. Okay, and here in initialized we would like to use some of the properties. First we are saying game start equal to document dot get element by id. Here I can give the value called hash game start. Let me put it in double quotes, game start. Now game speed, now these all basically the values are there, game start, game speed, these all values we have to take it. Okay, so we will be seeing these values one by one. So let me say the another one, that is called game speed. Game speed equal to again document dot get element by id. Now we are passing the game speed, game speed. Now here once again I will take another point, game area. I say game area. Here you have to give the value called game area. Okay, so these values we have taken. Now we'll be talking about called game area context. Game area context equal to game area dot get context, and in this game context we will be using what type of context? We are saying 2D. Okay, because I want to have the kind of 2D, so this is how the kind of environment we want to set. Next we talk about game area width equal to, just initialize to 400. Next game area height equal to 600. Now cell width we are initializing with 20. Next game area dot width. Okay, so game area dot width equal to game area width, and then we define game area dot height dot equal to game area height. So these are the values we are initializing this. Okay, now after that we have to start writing the logic. Here I'm saying game start dot, now we have to line which event you would like to take. So I will say on click. So when I basically click, what should happen? So on click equal to function. So what you want to write it here? I'm saying this dot disabled equal to true. So I want to disable these values, and after that we want to call another function inside this. But which function? Let's do that. So here we are saying function start game, and here in start game we want to define the initial score. See, the initial score for the player will be certainly 0, so we say player score equal to 0. After that, direction, in which direction you want the snake to move. So we are saying snake direction equal to right, in the right direction. Then speed size, the variable which we have defined, so speed size equal to, because it will be accepting the value from the text boxes or from the drop down, so it certainly will be string type, so we have to use %. So we are using this option called %, and here we are using game speed dot value. Okay, so we are using this value game speed dot value. Now here we would like to calculate certain things. What those are? First we are saying if, okay, what if condition. See, this function we are writing called start game, because there are certain things which you need to make it. So like that we have to define it. So function initialize, we have started, okay, and then after that we have written on click within this. So this is what the on click we had, and there onwards we have to finish this point. And after that we've started start game, and now we'll be writing the logic for this. So here we are saying if we're saying speed size, we're saying equal to 9. We basically initialize to what? 9. Here we say else if speed size is 0, we say speed size, speed size equal to 1. That means if it is less than 0, I'll be making it minimum to 1. If it is greater than 9, I'll be making it to 9 maximum. And that's it. Okay, so after this else if condition is getting closed, we are saying speed size equal to 1. So here we just say snake equal to array. So that is my array for me. And after that we are saying snake dot push, because it needs to move ahead, and here we'll be pushing it towards by saying x position 0, and then the y, and here the y value will be what? Cell width. That means how far it can go. So it will go within the width of this application. Okay, so that's how exactly we would like to make it. Okay, so here we have a call cell width which we have given here. After that, what we have to do is we have to define our own function called clear interval, and this clear interval perform any logic whichever I would like to make it. Okay, so here after that snake.push value has been given. Here I will be creating one more function here that's known as called create food. Okay, so here we're saying create food. So create food will be the function for me. Now you might be thinking where this function is, but this function will be declared soon within your application. But here first we are saying the function called clear interval with a timer. Okay, whatever the timer will be passing it, and after that this clear interval will be saying timer equal to set interval. With this we are saying create game area, create. Now here in our application, whatever the value we are giving it, that we need to basically implement. We are giving this called create food is a function we are calling. After that we are calling this clear interval. Clear interval will be just like in a typical function which is there, using this option called create game area. So this will be available to me on which the value will be taken that. Okay, and then we will be telling you how you can call this function create food and how to create it first. Well, so we are talking about a functionality called create game interval. So this create game timer is the one which we have to create it by our own. So this function which we are passing it after the saying set interval, this function is not yet there, so we have to basically go back and create this function within my application. Fine, so what we will do is just particular one we will try to comment it for a time being. Okay, so here we have a call what? Create interval. In this create interval we'll be passing any parameters which we are passed as a timer here, and here we are calling this called create food. So here after that we'll be calling this function called create food. So let's go and say function create food, and this function create food, let's go and write the logic here. And what logic we want to write it in a create food? we say snake food equal to, and here in our curly braces we use two direction, x and y. We say in x we say math dot round, and inside this we say math dot random. After this math dot random function, we have to just take this calculation and check the another parameter called game area width minus cell width, the one which you are passing it. And here after that we'll be performing the calculation by saying cell width. Okay, so this is for our x coordinate. Similar way we would like to use for my y coordinate also. Now math dot round dot number, game area height, but here rather than using width we'll be using height, minus cell width, let me give some space, divided by cell width. Okay, so that's where exactly it got closed. Okay, now here our application is now ready by calling the function called create food. Like that we'll be going to create another function called create game area. Let me go and create all the functions first. So we are saying function create game area, create game area. There's another function for me. After this create game area, there will be another function I'm going to create it, that is called control. Function control. Okay, after that we're going to write one more function called function write score. There's another function available for us, control, we have a called write score. There's another function which you're going to write it down here, that is called function write score is done. Now we say create square. Create square. There's another function, and finally we'll have a call change direction. Function change direction. So that's it. So these many functions we wanted to create it here in our system. Well, we know it very well that we have taken this called create food. Create food function is already ready now. Now we're going to talk about our next function called create game area. And in this create game area, we are defining two locations, var x direction and y direction. So we say snake x equal to snake, the position we are taking is called 0, and we are saying dot x. For the x direction, we are saying var snake y equal to snake, position we are taking once again 0, and dot y. So two directions we have taken, x direction and y direction. Now here we are starting game area context dot fill style, that you know it very well, it is a property. Fill style equal to which color you want to fill this up. So I'm saying hash white color. Okay, and then we are using this game area context again dot fill react. Now give the position values. I'm saying 0, 0, game area width, game area height. So we are basically filling the values. With color we want to use it called stroke style. Let me take this game area context again dot stroke style equal to, now we give the another color here, by saying hash. Okay, and then the next option called same, game area context dot stroke react, and here we pass the values again 0, 0, game area width, game area height. So we're passing those values like that. And now after this we have to write a logic of the directions. Now see, when you talk about snake game, it moves left, right and center, up and down. So now in this case we have to increment the situations accordingly. So we say if the snake direction equal to right, then we say snake x plus plus. Now else if same, let's copy this, snake direction left, then what should happen? Here we say snake x minus. Okay, so we're taking like that. Let me copy this again. Now here we're taking about left, right, we say down. So in this case we say snake y plus plus, and in this case if it is up, then we say snake y minus. So these conditions we are taking it now. Now here after this else if condition, we would like to take another if condition. Now here in my if condition we are using some more lengthy statements. What's that? We say if snake x minus 1 or snake x double equal to game area width, which we have taken, divided by cell width. Okay, or we are taking this condition called snake y double equal to minus 1. Okay, so we're giving this call minus 1, or snake y equal to game area height to cell width, or here we will take another condition here. Yeah, we will take another condition here called, we will have another function called control, which we have created it some time back, and inside this control it will take some parameters. So what those parameters we can pass? Here we can say snake x comma snake y comma third parameter will be snake. So this would be my another function. Okay, so here we are passing the conditions just like that. Okay, now here this is available to me as a parenthesis, and here we are writing the situation for right score, which is so far the function is only created, not described more. So we are writing the right score. The score will be written here, and here we are saying clear interval because the timer will be stopped. Okay, and we are saying game start dot disabled equal to false, and after that return. That's it. So this is the logic for we have written to this particular example. Now we can use another if more conditions here just to check the behavior of my code.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Well, here we have finished till this game start.disable equal to false, and we returned. Now, going forward after this return, we would like to have another condition for the snake x. So we say if snake x double equal to snake food dot x, okay, snake food dot x ampersand snake y double equal to snake food dot y, then in this case I will say var new head var new head equal to here x colon snake x y colon snake y, snake x and y colon snake y. These options we are taking it. Now after that we are using this option called player score plus equal to speed size, and then we are calling create food method again, and here after that we are using the else condition, and in this else condition we are saying var new head equal to snake dot pop, okay, and we are saying new head dot x equal to snake x, and new head dot y equal to snake y. So these values are basically associating with your heads, and after that we are saying snake dot unshift snake dot unshift, and here we are passing this option called new head. That's it. And after that we'll be starting with our for loop by saying for var equal to var I equal to 0, then I is less than snake dot length and snake dot length, and once I plus plus. Okay, later on we just use the option called create square, and in this create square we are passing snake position I dot x comma same snake dot y. That's it. So it's getting closed here, and after that we are calling the same option with this snake food. Let me copy this again, and here rather than using this we can say snake food dot x and snake food dot y. Okay, So now this values has been added into my code. Now we start working with your control. Control needs to take three parameters, x, y, and the array. So we are passing this option called control, and in this control we are taking x, comma, y, comma, array. Three parameters we are taking it. Later on we are using this option called for var I equal to 0, I is less than array dot length and I plus plus, and after that we'll be using this option called if condition, and here we say array I, which value we are passing, dot x double equal to x ampersand ampersand. Here we say array with a position called I, and in this we are saying dot y, and this position we are checking for the y condition. For the y condition, so it returns what? True. Return true. The condition. Okay, that is for if condition. Else return what? False. Now that's it. Now we are talking about this option name called write score. This write score we have to use the game area context. Game area context dot font equal to, here we'll be passing the situation. We are saying 50 pixels, and then sans hyphen serif. After that we are using call game area context again. Let me copy this, take it again, call game area context dot fill style equal to, here I'll be using the another color now. We say hash okay. Now after that we are saying once again the game area context dot fill text. Here we are saying score colon, and here we say plus player score whatever it is with game area width slash 2 minus 100, and then again game area width slash 2. So this is where exactly the right score where the data will be actually written. Okay, next we'll be having this option called create square, and this create square it takes two parameters. One we're talking about called x, second is taking y, and now here we're using this game area context same dot fill style equal to, let me give the color. After this we're using call same area and text game area text dot fill react. Here we are saying x multiply by cell width comma y multiply by cell width comma cell width comma cell width. This is what my create square is. Now we are left with only one option, that is known as change direction. It's time to figure out this last function called change direction, which takes one parameter called e. Typically we talk about for parameters. Now here we are passing this option called var keys equal to e dot, and later on we want to say if keys equal to 40, okay, ampersand snake direction equal to up. Okay, so here we say snake direction equal to down. So we are changing the directions here. Okay, now let me try to copy this, and here we use else if four times. Okay, so here we talk this 30, 40, and here we say 39, and followed by 38, followed by 37. 39, 38, 37, and here we say up. Let's change to what? Left, down, right. Here we say right, up, left. So three options we have changed, and last but not least here I will just use window dot on key down equal to change directions, and window dot on load, okay, equal to initialize. That's how exactly we want to use now. And this function what we have defined in initialize. Okay, so in this initialize we are having this game start dot on click in and all, so we have a call start game now. So this start game will be calling it here. Okay, so in start we have a call snake, we have a call snake dot push, and after that we are calling this function called what? Create food, clear interval, and here we say timer equal to here set clear interval, and here change game area slash speed size. That's how we want to use it. Okay everyone, so our code is almost ready. So we have this complete JavaScript code ready with me. Now it's time to basically use within my HTML just to check how it may behave. So in my HTML page I have written this normal speed, number, game speed, value, button, start, we will call game start. After that we have a call canvas where we written id equal to call game area, dev class equal to relative, and that's it. And here we have a call script src equal to app.js. So that's it what we have written now. Finally we would like to see how it may look if I try to use in my browser. Let me try to refresh. Okay, I really do not see any changes in my code. Okay, despite I'm having this, because the CSS content is actually missing. Okay, because there only my code will really look better, because if there is no CSS it won't really make good towards my application. Okay, and I also want to have certain images, but those images we will take it later on. Let me go back and try to bring CSS into this picture now. So first of all, have this index.html file with me, and here I want to use CSS. So inside my head tag we want to use link rel equal to style sheet, okay, href equal to app dot css. Okay, now here in my CSS we want to offer certain details. What those details I want to start working with? I will start with my body part. Body. So we want to offer the font family. So Font family, maybe a little bit later on I can use it. First I want to use margin. Margin 20 pixels. Auto. Later text align center. Next font size 150 pixels, also 150%, and here we want to say background image. Since I do not have any image, so I will just leave it as a blank. Okay, so just otherwise I have to say URL, and inside this URL give some values, but I leave it as a blank because I do not have any image. I will say background color. In this background color I can just use white. After that height I can just say 800 pixels. After that background position I want to use center. Then background repeat I want no repeat. Then background size cover. Okay, let's see if there's an effect in my. Okay, I see it's now in the middle. Better. Now inputs canvas, we have to basically take that. Here we talk about called input. Okay, in this input I say font size. Font size may be optional, I can make it, but let me say font size 100%. Then text align center. Then padding I want to say 5 pixels and 7 pixels. Okay, looks better now. Well, here after that I can use canvas. In this canvas I want to say the background color. I just say white. After that border radius I can say 20 pixels. Then shadow if I want to use it, so I just say box shadow. I can say 3 pixels, 5 pixels and 6 pixels, and the color is black. Let's check. Awesome. So I can see here the logic is there. So shadow you can easily see how it has been using, and that's it. And this div, I can say div dot relative position absolute top. Here I'm saying using 760 pixels. Left 120 pixels. That's it. So this is where exactly I program. Now when I say start, okay, so there may be some error here. They say cannot set a property of call on click null. So this we can just check this into this game start dot on click. Let's check. Anyways, we just try to fix that issue in while. But anyways, we have our created CSS, and now going forward we'll be implementing rest of the logic within my code. Okay everyone, so We have changed some names here because there was some value was mismatched, so we have basically changed those values with your properties. And now when I try to relaunch my application by this index.html file, so now in my index.html file when I try to add, so it's just as usual, same. Let me say start, and here you can see game start. When I go up, you see like it's starting right now. Okay, isn't this an amazing game right now, friends? Okay, that is the same game what you used to play it earlier. Okay, but you can just change the direction, go up, and you can see the score title being placed here. That's it. So this is where exactly the look and feel of your game has been taken, and you can just increase the speed. Suppose if you just put a value called what 0, it by default set whatever value you want to take it with a start. Now you can see based on that the speed can be justified and the example can be developed. Okay, you can see the start button is disabled because right now the user is still going on unless the user game is finished. This one is not going to work. Fine. So like that you can see, and automatically this will be positioned. There is one called food. That is how we have used it in my example now called app.js. You can see we are using this example name called food. Create food. So in create food of the specific interval time, this will be automatically created and the snake will eat and increase the size of the code. Okay, that's it. And now the CSS has been given. If you want to add certain image, certainly you can add it. Otherwise, this is the first game which we can see how it is running and giving you the better example.
Now with that, we have come to an end of this tutorial on top projects for 2022. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you need the resources that we have used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe, and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.